Chapter 556. At the echoing sound of the fiery bird's screech, the 5 circling vultures turn my way and don't hesitate to send red-tinted attacks directly at me. I easily dodge them and twist through the air, sending crescents of mana into each of them, but make sure not to injure the magnificent bird behind them. Even when pushing my senses out as far as they can go, I don't sense any anomalies like this one nearby. So I want the chance to study it before killing it or damaging it to the point where it can't use its power in an unaltered state. Less than a full second passes, and I move through the air defeating its orbiters before coming face to face with the massive red bird, right outside its aura's range. Waves of gravity ripple against me, making the sound of a high-pitched bell vibrate in my ears while I collect the mate's EP from the fallen monsters surrounding it. The crimson eyes of the monster lock onto me, and it flaps its wings while hovering in place, sending a dense wave of red light, similar in strength to that of the attacks tracks through during our fight in the ring. I smile and air-step out of the way, sending a moderately dense mana blade into the flames at an angle. The collision disrupts the red slash, and another epicenter of gravity waves is formed, hitting my barrier with greater intensity. Yeah, long-range attacks it is. I air-step to the opposite side of the bird while it tracks me with glowing eyes and sends another wave of fire, void of mana, my way. I perform the same motion, releasing a pure mana strike into the flames and disrupting the flow. This time, however, I change the strength of my attack to be slightly stronger. The next wave it throws, I try a weaker release. Over and over, I circle the bird at a distance, right outside its red glowing aura, and continue to deflect its attacks, while using varying strengths of mana control to gauge how strong its energy really is. Without it coming up on my senses, this is the only way to figure out its true strength. After 3 full minutes pass, and almost 50 attacks, I finally come to the conclusion that its estimated strength is that of a 950 to 1000 H-Hunter on the verge of ranking up again. Many of the lower level, Vice and Viridian region hunters in the woods below could not defeat this creature in a battle. However, the possibility of a few of the Apex elites taking this creature out wouldn't be too tough of a challenge. Even Trax or Callum, using their ranked up buff, could probably finish it off alone. Unlike the massive surge of intensity the lightning user showed in the ring when he ate one of these red stones. And also, like all of the other birds I found on this mountain, after countless attacks this monster's red light doesn't dim at all. It shines with the same beautiful crimson radiance as it did when our battle began. All right, now let's see how you fare against one of my attacks back. I charge up a blade of mana, slightly stronger than the blades it has been throwing at me, and let it fly aimed straight at the bird's neck. My suspicions are that it will have some kind of special defense, or there will be an eruption of gravity used to block this strike too heavy for me to handle at close range. So I jump backward after letting it go, but am very surprised at the attack's results. The blade of mana collides with the flames that surround the bird just like any of its other attacks. Both energies are disrupted, but there is a portion of mana left over that makes it through. The blade hits the bird's feathers and flesh, then slices through with close to no resistance. Once the blade of mana makes its way halfway through its neck, however, it is met with another similar unsensible strong force, and they collide to release the remaining energy left in the attack, proving to be even more detrimental than my initial blow. Its head and chest are stained with blood, leaving a gaping hole where my attack landed. I don't sense a drop of mana in this bird, and it doesn't have any to use as defensive shielding. The crimson flames are truly the only bit of energy it has. Its red eyes begin to flicker. Then, from the area my attack made its mark, the red flames surrounding its body start to decay and completely disappear. In a matter of seconds, the absence of flame spreads from the wound, and its entire body grows cold and lifeless. At the same moment, its red aura surrounding it disappears as well, and the mighty bird begins to fall down the side of the endless mountain. I stare confused for a few seconds, then air-step downward to follow its descent. Once at eye level, I use telekinesis and hover with it right in front of me. I still feel a very faint ripple of gravity coming my way now as I hold the creature's body, and am a bit disappointed when no absorption notification pops up. However, once the monster dissolves entirely, a small red gem is left behind. The ripples against my barrier are coming from its direction, but I still feel nothing coming off the red fragment left behind. Well, I guess this is a start. A spatial magic portal opens beneath the red gem, and I let it fall through before turning to face the bottom of the mountain again. It wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but at least I know what to prepare the others for. I make my descent back down the mountain to meet up with Ember again to tell him my findings. I take the red core out from my storage and show it to him from a distance, and he nods while giving a simple reply back. Good. If it only took you 4 hours to find a red core, that means we'll have enough time to make it to the top. We wake the others up and begin our ascent. I don't hold back on sharing my mana control and status now, giving them each a third of the 10% available and leading us up the endless cliffside as fast as possible while running into as many vultures as I can find on my enemy detection skill. Just as I assumed when I made my flight up for scouting, they all receive a full 1% from these kills and raise their total MACP by 1-2 million with every single sword slash. Over the next 18 hours, we managed to make it up about halfway the distance that I managed in 4. Even so, everyone on the party has risen hundreds of millions in natural MACP and have grown noticeably stronger. We stop for a food and rest break on a nearby ledge, and I release the power from my buff, but the 3 of them still continue to glow with their own extremely heightened mana control. Auras. Once we head off, floating higher and higher into the air of this endless mountain for another 18 hours. We surpass the point I traveled to on my former travels up here, and Ember points to the sky and speaks aloud. Another red core, less than 100 kilometers away. We're close to making it into another zone. My teammates are nearing their limits. We've been traveling up this mountain for over a day and a half. I respond to Ember in motion for the others to come over, while pointing to a nearby ledge with a single tree on it. How about we set up camp for them to sleep for another 8 hours, and you take care of that red core nearby? I'll stay and watch. I think after one more training session, once they wake up, they'll be able to fight one without me. You look around and see what you can find. He nods, using fire beneath his steps to fly higher into the sky, not wasting any time. See you soon, while the 3 applicants from the Apex, Silka, and Talton regions fall asleep almost instantly on the stone ledge of the mountain. I do a scan of my surroundings using my stealth skill and greater form to see what kind of progress we've really made. There isn't a single other team within my range below us. We've traveled so many 100 kilometers into the sky at such intense speeds that not a single team has come close to catching up. With my heightened senses now, I see exactly where Ember is headed, and the clump of mana looks exactly like the fiery bird I killed earlier, with many other scavengers around it, most likely trying to siphon its crimson energy. As my mind wanders and the cool breeze up here whistles by, I sense more and more clumps of energy higher and higher up the mountain. I count over a dozen. No more than an hour passes before the first one completely disappears once Ember's geolocation collides with it. Then in the next hour, 2 more are gone. After hour 3, I sense another 5 vanish. In the 4th hour, 8 more vanish. Then I feel Ember turn around and come flying back down. He only takes 2 hours to make his way back down to meet me by my resting teammates with a wide smile across his face. I was right. The next zone isn't far. He points a finger in the air, and an invisible tear in space opens up similar to the time I watched him show me his divine ring. This time, I feel an immense pressure come off of it, and 8 red stones fall out. Catch! I open my spatial magic below them, but raise an eyebrow, because that is half of what I remember sensing him kill. As they all disappear into my storage, he takes a step back and speaks again. They'll be asleep for a few more hours, so we might as well start preparing now. If you want to become strong enough in time to face the higher zones, I suggest you follow my lead. Another tear in space opens right above Ember's right hand, and a single red stone comes out, hovering in place as he stares forward and waits for me to do the same. Chapter 557. Ember grins. I am going to need to borrow that self-regeneration skill of yours. This would be quite painful without it. I activate my buff and give him access to this mythic grade skill. Then the imagery of Trax losing control of his body and power flashes through my mind as I watch the red gem float above Ember's hand. Is this really safe to do here? The gem slowly spins above his palm, and I feel small portions of his true mana control vibrate out from his barrier the closer it falls toward him. And what about concealing our presence? If you are about to do what I think, won't this leave us without any way of hiding our true power once we return? The ripples get more intense, and waves of dense mana and even Ember's soul energy start to become visible to my senses as he brings the gem even closer while responding. Possibly. However, possibly not. Absorbing a single stone will decay our barriers, but we can conceal our mana control with chi from your new friends. He points to the 3 sleeping teammates on the cliffside nearby, then looks up toward the sky and continues. If we make it to the top of the construct, there is a good chance I can broker a deal with its creator to get us a better limiter. If not, we'll be strong enough to handle deceiving those A-class hunters by the time we're done here. They're only red cores themselves. I raise an eyebrow. Hey, this is a lot to drop on me all at once. Its creator? Whatever made this realm is still here, and the A-class hunters at the association can wield divine energy. Is that why they didn't practically explode from eating those stones? Ember smirks. Right. Eating those fragments to power the rift wasn't necessary. It was just a show. Ember's gaze wanders the sky again, then comes back down to meet mine. As for if the creator is still here, I don't know. The construct patterns are familiar, but they're very old. We'll have to climb higher. I can't see the top yet. If you'd like to take a glimpse into the divine realm, follow my lead. I can't answer all your questions by simply explaining them. You'll have to see the truth for yourself. He grins and drops the red core into his mouth. It disappears, and I feel dense waves of energy hit my barrier, while the same crimson light I witnessed in the fiery bird glows in his eyes. An aura grows around his body, just the same as the flaming scavenger birds did. The vitals on my Rising Emperor's domain interface are pretty interesting to watch. His health bar slowly trickles down. Then his mana starts to fall after as the self-regeneration skill kicks in and heals him slowly. The red aura around him continues to expand, and I watch with curiosity for a full minute before the light begins to subside and the red glow from his eyes fades. We're left both floating in the sky just as we were before. But now, his limiter is completely gone and shattered. The only thing left blocking his mana control is a new barrier of pure chi. Other than the usage of mana from the use of self-regeneration, he is completely fine and unaltered. Your turn. While nothing seems to be wrong with him, the thought of breaking the limiter that kept those with soul energy awakened, unaware of my power, isn't a very logical move. The A-class guards aren't what I am worried about. It is more so about those yellow golden eyes I felt peer down on me during my match, and the unknown of what else was inside the Apex region's black box that I wasn't able to sense. Ever since these divine fragments showed up, and especially since we entered this rift, Ember has been acting extremely strange. He'd normally want to keep our presence completely hidden as well, but for whatever reason, the reward from using this energy right now highly outweighs the risks in his mind. I am unsure what this reward may be, but it is clear there is only one way to find out. I let out a sigh and let one of the red gems fall from my storage into my palm, letting extremely strong rippling waves of energy disrupt my limiter on contact. Then, I toss the crystal into my open mouth, swallow, and prepare for the worst. For a split second, nothing happens. Then, the sound of high-pitched bells ringing gets louder and louder in my ears while a strong wave-like pressure expands from my chest. My vision turns completely red, and the limiter that rests millimeters over my skin starts to vibrate at faster and faster speeds until it shatters completely. Every cell of my body begins to heat up, and it feels like my flesh is melting from the inside out from a million different individual sources. Immediately, I activate my self-regeneration skill on full blast to feel myself healing just as fast as I am burning alive. I try to look around, but my eyes see nothing but the vague outline of a mountain to my right and Ember's form to my left, watching with his arms crossed from a distance. It may be painful, but none of my survival instincts scream at me to make it stop. Surprisingly, Every sign from my subconscious mind is telling me to stop regenerating myself altogether, but I don't give in to the odd thoughts. Every second that passes turns my vision more red, but the outlines grow sharper. After about half a minute, I become very used to the feeling of my whole body being burned constantly from the inside out and take a breath of air while trying to make sense of what is happening. I activate my all-seeing eye and use my buffs to enhance my vision and perception. With it, the burning sensation throughout my whole body increases by staggering degrees as well. I feel the majority of the heat move toward my head and eyes as the crimson energy seeps into the very fabric of my all-seeing eye skill and enhances it in ways I wasn't aware were even possible. In an instant, I can see again with clarity, beyond anything I've ever experienced before. It is like I've always been blind but never knew it. I stare down at my hands and see shimmering red threads moving through them, moving above and below my skin, eating away at my blood, muscles, and even bones while my skill rebuilds them. The shimmering threads all lead back to my chest. Inside, I see my heart, a small white sphere full of dense mana and chi, 2 black demon cores, and now, sitting in the center of all of them, pumping out red fabrics of glistening energy, the faint pink outline of a translucent core, just like the jaguars and weaker scavenger birds had below me. I can feel my heartbeat, blood flow, and see my own breath making small disruptions in the air. My gaze turns upward, and I see Ember watching me with a grin. Faint traces of the red lines flicker, all throughout his being as well, and a small translucent core has begun to form in his chest too. However, in the center of his, there is a faint spark of gold and silver glimmering light that mine lacks. The more I try to concentrate on this anomaly in his body, the harder it is to see. It is like my mind pushes my eyes away from it. My gaze turns upward, and my eyes widen as I begin to see what Ember has been staring at this whole time. The sky is made of what looks like an infinite amount of intricately woven purple threads. They're all made of the same energy that rings with the pitch of a beautiful bell. I turn my head side to side, and it is all I see. All of the energy flowing from the deep purple strands leads back to a single source, and it is up in the sky. I can't tell exactly where or how high, but I know the source is up there. For as far as my vision can go, more and more shimmering purple strands create the world I am floating in. I turn to the mountain next to me, and my eyes widen more, as it too is made completely out of beautiful flowing purple strands of vibrating divine energy. I float over to the wall with an outstretched hand to try and look deeper into the strands. However, the sound of bells in my ears begins to get softer the closer I get. At the same time, the thickness of the red strands in my arms and legs decreases, and the hot energy surrounding my eyes fades away. The energy from the red stone slips away from me just as fast as it came, and my vision of the true world before me ceases too. It is like a pair of dark sunglasses are forcefully pushed over my eyes at dusk, making it impossible to see the outlines of what I hardly even managed to conceptualize before. My normal vision returns to me, leaving my hand to press against the stone wall of the mountain, and I can't make out the difference of this cliff to a normal rock I'd find out in the desert of Sector 2. A shiver runs through my body, and I feel cold like I am missing a part of myself. The only thing I can think of doing right now is immediately eating another red fragment to get the warm sensation I just felt back. Just as I reach into my item storage to pull out another, Ember's voice brings me back to my senses. Chapter 558. Not yet. You are not ready for another one. Give it an hour or two. I drop the red fragment back into my storage and speak back to him while staring at the rock wall in front of me that is no longer made up of millions of violet ethereal strands. What was that? I could see it. Everything. Ember turns toward me with a curious gaze. So you could see it. It must be that perception skill of yours. Impressive. That saves me from doing a lot of explaining. Both of us stare up toward the sky for a moment. But after a few seconds, I realize my body is still being torn apart from the inside by the leftover threads of red energy. It is nowhere near as intense as it was when I first swallowed the gem, but it is still using up a large amount of mana for my self-regeneration skill to heal. I sense that Ember's body is also going through the same violent breakdown and repair process, too. He is plundering mana from a very large diameter around us in the air, as not much is needed to continue the healing process. Over the next hour, the red threads within me completely fade away, and Ember explains a few things about the fragments that make far more sense to me now that I've eaten one myself. The energy that we're absorbing doesn't usually exist in the form it is taking right now. The red gems are a crude manifestation of what pure divine energy really is. This entire simulated world we stand in is a mere construct for challengers, like myself, to comprehend the complexity of this unique energy. The red, orange, and yellow crystals that were shown in that recording before we entered this realm are all fragments of a single stream of energy, divided into visible and malleable parts for those that want to participate in this trial to absorb with more ease than the higher density raw energy itself. Ember hints that there are more than just these three, but he isn't sure if a physical construct like this one will be able to create them. On top of that, we're both not sure how the monsters that roam this realm have made their way in here. But the more I think about it, the more likely it is all part of the creator's test. After another hour goes by, the burning completely stops. However, it does feel as if I've just had an all-out battle for the last 2 hours. While I only consumed tens of thousands of MP to heal myself, it almost feels like I've exhausted hundreds of millions worth of MP in attacks and constant buffs. Is it going to be this energy exhausting every time? Ember nods and grins. Oh, it'll only get worse. However, just like when you began to learn Qi, harnessing a higher level of control with any energy type always increases the effectiveness of the others. I wasn't kidding when I said those 2 A-class hunters won't even be close to our strength level once we're done here. He stares up in the air and lets out a sigh. That reminds me, I believe I figured out why that director is so obsessed with healers. It all factors into why he is having the strongest hunters from the 8 great regions farm fragments for him in a rift that can only be entered once per challenger. He turns back to me, and gears start shifting in my mind. I remember back to the time Trax was healed in the tournament area by the healer tank, and they seemingly switched conditions in an instant, bringing him back to as good as new. Then, I reply, he is collecting healers to help him absorb the fragments from this rift. Ember shrugs. That would make sense. Considering how long this rift has been open, it seems to be working quite well for him. But I don't know for how much longer. My head turns toward the cliff as at these words I begin to see my teammates waking up. However, I still reply with a question. Not for long. What do you mean? Ember looks up toward the sky again. Well, there is always a time limit on these sorts of things. He looks over to the cliff where I looked as well, watching the 3 applicants wake up one by one, and continues to respond. Let's just say I have a hunch the director is sick. He is looking for a cure. From what I can tell, this rift has been forcefully kept open since the Great War. There are traces of challengers to this trial that trace back even far before that. If he wasn't desperate, I doubt he'd have allowed us to enter this place at all. If what Ember is saying here is true, the motives of the Apex Region's director are beginning to make more sense. However, there are so many things left out in Ember's explanation that learning these things only make me feel like I know less than when I started. While the thought of the director being a wielder of divine energy may be a concern, there is one bigger than it that I want to ask Ember. The question of who or what is capable of creating a test like this, and if they're here, do we really want to meet them? A familiar white-haired healer's voice interrupts my thoughts. Hey Ray, Emery, we're ready to continue the climb. Nat yells in a cheerful tone while Dane rubs his eyes and wakes up on the other side of the cliff. Marcy grips her spear tight and gives me a nod too while they place all their sleeping gear back into item storage. With a smile, Ember and I slowly float over to them and I reply, "Yeah, we're ready too." Ember shakes his head. "About 2 minutes, then we'll be ready." He pulls another red fragment from thin air, then looks at me and nods. For optimal absorption, we'll be eating one every 1 to 2 hours. There is no point in hiding it now. It would be a waste to wait any longer. He throws the gem in his mouth, then everyone on the cliffside flinches when his eyes glow crimson. I let out a sigh and do the same, letting the world around me turn into purple ethereal strands once again. My vision turns red too. This time, I know what to expect going into it, and it is a much more enjoyable and controlled experience. I don't waste the first 30 seconds trying to comprehend that every cell of my body is being burned from the inside out. This time, I immediately activate my all-seeing eye and turn to look at the cliff wall. The 3 applicants near the cliff look like very foreign material. There are thin purple threads that flow through them, but it is in no greater density than the air itself. I can see through their clothes, skin, muscles, bones, deep into their manicures, and right through them without even having to try. All of the layers of reality are shown to me at once. And in this instant, I can process everything I see equally as fast, like it is just normal sight. Their figures are interesting for a moment, but my attention changes to where I left off last time very quickly. The cliff wall, glistening threads of purple light, make up its surface, and when I place my hand against the wall, the millions of red shimmering threads that make up my hand begin to vibrate and ring with their own high-pitched frequencies. Individual tendrils of the energies mix and weave together, while others just drift by each other. When looked at as a whole, however, the 2 main masses of purple and red energy slightly repel each other more and more. The closer the gap between them gets, it appears as if my palm is pressing against the purple wall. But there is an ever-narrowing gap that I cannot seem to close. I am mesmerized by this phenomenon, staring into the void between my hand and the cliff until the ringing bells fade away and reality flashes back to me, robbing my eyes of their true sight, the flooding feeling of warmth leaving my body, and the yearning to be whole again hits me even harder than last time. But I just ramp up the effects of my self-regeneration skill and bear through it. I take a few deep breaths, then turn back to my teammates. I see them staring back at me with wide eyes and shocked expressions. Marcy is the first to speak up. You already farmed some of the stones while we slept. It seems they have other uses than just getting points. Nat is especially shocked, as it looks like she knows a little more about these than the others. How did you do that? I've only seen the apex hunters manage to take one of those without collapsing from exhaustion. Then Dane smiles ear to ear. What does it do? Can I try? Ember smirks while flying over and shaking his head while pulling out a fragment from thin air. If you eat one of these right now, I guarantee you'll be burned to a crisp from the inside out and explode into millions of pieces before you even know what is going on. Even if you decide not to, it is better not to hold on to them with your bare hands for too long. His eyes widen and his outreached hand quickly retracts. Really? I roll my eyes and chuckle, then think about the physical toll on my body. The fragment takes even with these constant healing skills activated, I am using even now to recover. Yeah, probably, but he could have phrased it better. Then shake my head and point upward. Anyway, come on, let's go. It'll probably take us another day to get up to the altitude where you can farm them yourselves. None of you are strong enough for these stones. Don't even think about eating one. Even once we make it up there, these are points for the exam stage. Don't try to absorb them. I start to float upward, speeding up my ascent to set a pace. Ember follows and shrugs, putting the fragment back into his invisible storage. Yeah, right? That is basically what I said too. Chapter 5, 59. We continue climbing the massive mountain together. The monsters up this high make gaining hundreds of millions of MECP fairly easy for my teammates over the next 24 hours. Their controls rise to the point where they begin needing far less food and rest. In just a few days, I've managed to bring them from barely passing the B-class exams alone to rivaling the mana control of the Apex region's elite applicants. At this point, they're all thoroughly convinced that there is something not quite right about us. The 2 random applicants from the Bedrock region. While most applicants from this region should have barely made it into the top 30, we're effortlessly carrying them through the exams. Neither of us have eaten, slept, or shown any signs of fatigue in the days we've been together. On top of that, Ember and I absorb all of the red fragments in our possession. He even leaves our group to go up and farm more while I stay in range of the 3 teammates to keep their absorption skill activated. Occasional questions are asked, but they soon realize whatever is going on here is not something I plan on explaining to them anytime soon. Our ascent upward gets faster and faster the more they grow, and they accept the silent partnership and the decades' worth of power gifted to them in just a matter of days. While each of them surpasses 1 billion maxi-P in their natural mana control, I consume 13 more fragments, bringing my total up to 15. Every time I do, the crystallization of a crimson gem in my chest gets brighter and brighter. On top of that, more and more threads of red energy are left behind trailing from the core every time I stop. I have to continuously regenerate my flesh at more extreme rates, as the burning sensation never really goes away now. Just as Ember said before, it only gets worse. The more the crystal clear core saturates with red threads, the hotter and more constant this burning becomes. It gets to the point where even after the initial surge of energy passes, I am able to imbue small portions of red essence into my skills and enhance their innate qualities. I test out throwing mana blades at a few monsters as we travel upward, and let the red energy flow into them. I still don't sense them being different in any way. It just feels as if the building blocks of the mana and chi being used in the techniques I am activating are far more consolidated. The structure of the attacks is more rooted in reality. Tendrils of the red thread spread throughout the crescents of mana, imbuing themselves deep into the attacks and spreading through the air they're traveling through as well. It gives off the visual feedback of the attack being stronger. However, the same exact amount of mana is being used. The more I look at these attacks that I throw, it is like reality itself is bending and weaving itself throughout the energy released to make a deeper impact on the objects it hits. My mind bends to try and comprehend the phenomenon. No extra energy is being used. It is just that the presence of these red threads makes the mass and air around the attacks more susceptible to getting hit. It makes the most sense in the minute or so of clarity that I get when absorbing a fragment, but floods away and leaves me in my thoughts afterward, wondering how it works. Every time I use the divine power, portions of the red threads leave my body, and I visualize the birds I faced earlier with cores that haven't fully formed yet either. They would run out of the red energy surrounding them if they used it up completely. Despite this, I still test out other skills than just my attacks every once in a while. This includes my enemy detection and all-seeing eye in my greater form. Doing so, I can perceive the top of the mountain and the beginning of a new zone that Ember mentioned earlier. In addition to this, I can directly see the presence of other dense red cores when I use the threads of energy to boost my vision. They don't appear in my mind as energy, more like other ripples or disturbances in space. Eventually, we come across another awakened bird as a team. Ember and I stand back this time and let Nat, Dane, and Marcy handle it alone. I even deactivate my shared stats and mana control buff to see how they'll fare with their own power alone. The red core awakened, I find for them has the remnants of a wind magic element, showing flowing red energy around its wind and sending blades of blood-red wind at all of us from a distance. The 6 wandering scavenger birds that stay nearby are quickly taken out by Dane and his pure white wind attacks. Marcy is by far still the strongest out of the 3 of them, and most confident in close-range combat. She is able to weave in and out of the falling birds attacked by Dane, taking control of the real enemy, facing off against it in close-range attacks, blocking and attacking with her spear. She uses pink walls of manifested mana to disrupt and extinguish any attacks her spear is unable to fend off. Dane joins in after, sending in a barrage of long-range attacks once the red-cored monster is occupied by its immediate threat, the spear wielder. Nat still stays behind, watching from afar with daggers in her hands with sharp eyes. Without the fire skill I've been sharing with her, it seems she'd be hesitant to jump into battle, especially with the bright red aura that reaches far out from the creature they're fighting. In less than a minute, the team takes out the monster, but both Dane and Marcy, who are very up close and personal to the bird, and its attacks have tendrils of red energy coursing through their veins as well. Dane has far less. As he wasn't near the denser parts of the bird's aura, however, Marcy has far more. Her armor was even hit point blank with the attacks a few times. While they protected her from the brunt of the blow, I can see with my enhanced vision their bodies being broken down just the same as mine is now, just at a much slower rate. Marcy follows the falling bird's corpse and collects its red core and throws it into her item box. Nat floats over to Dane first, then Marcy once she returns, and heals them as she would after most battles. and I witness an interesting energy exchange take place. As her white aura envelops their bodies, I watch the red energy that infects their bodies flow toward Nat and creep into her body instead. They both seem very rejuvenated, while Nat becomes exhausted and filled with the burning sensation herself. I don't say a word or do anything yet while I watch Nat heal herself. The red threads fade slowly, but they don't go away entirely. Most move toward her chest and begin the process of making a very small pink translucent core. Ember witnesses this too and speaks to me through our link. She is strong enough now to the point where it will be fine. If she is not directly ingesting the stones, I doubt. Even a full month of this would be enough to accidentally spark a core formation. I recommend leaving her with some self-regeneration potions, though. I nod and do exactly that, giving Nat enough potions for a small army to store in her item box before we continue upward. Another 12 hours pass before we finally make it to the new zone split I sensed before. During this final stretch up the mountain, Ember and I absorb 7 more fragments each, and I don't activate any more unnecessary skills while using the energy to make sure the bulk of it gets saturated into my now very brightly glowing red outline of a core inside my chest. It practically lights up my entire body red, Ember too. I am positive it is on the verge of changing into something very interesting. My teammates have farmed a total of 9 red cores and agreed to split them evenly among each other, while Ember has periodically gone off to farm extras that aren't in our flight path. Every hour or so, he comes back with dozens of excess fragments for me to store away. We'll probably never need this much, but it never hurts to be safe, he says while eating another gem and adding to his red glowing aura. I eat another one too, as what looks like the top of the mountain comes into my line of sight. Less than an hour passes before it comes into everyone's view, and we pick up the pace even further, flying higher and faster into the sky until we reach it. Once all 5 of us pass the cliff's final edge, the view on the other side isn't at all what I would have expected. Marcy is the first to say it out loud. An ocean! Up here! Rolling waves are all we can see. The mountain acts like a dam, holding back an endless pool of water stretching out into the distance again. It doesn't only go out wide, it is deep as well. The mountain slope is just as steep as it was on the other side. However, there is a slight curve to it. It may not be visible to the naked eye, but with my enhanced vision, especially with the red divine threads coursing through it, I can see this endless sea is sitting inside the top of this stone mass. The mountain is wide, so even this is just an educated guess. In my vision, it just curves off to our left and right into the endless void of sky. There is a small bit of land between the endless sky and endless sea, about 50 to 100 meters of it, varying in some places where the waves of the sea crash harder. Small shrubs and trees grow on this long curved piece of land. We all float down onto it to take a break, and Ember speaks through our link once we land. Our best course of action now is to finish absorbing these stones, then leave your teammates here while we take on the next zone. Without a consolidated red core, it would be nearly impossible to bring their mana control to heights, to the point where they could take on monsters that can wield orange cores. I relay the message to my teammates while they set up their base camp. I create another teleport platform here too, covering it with a stealth barrier and earth magic, while handing out teleport crystals and keeping some for myself. During this process, a few fully awakened red core birds find us at the top of the mountain, and I watch them take it out with ease and return. I speak up while crossing my arms and standing with Ember at the edge of the endless sea. I've given you all enough power to handle anything that comes your way at this altitude. On top of that, you all have quite the head start against any other teams that make their way this far. I can only think of 2, the Apex region's elites, and some of the higher-skilled Vice and Viridian applicants. Do as you wish with them when the time comes. If for any reason you can't handle fighting them, use the 2 teleport platforms I made for you to retreat and come back up here if needed. Marcy nods, looking at me with her arms crossed and a satisfied look on her face. Sounds good to me? We'll keep anyone from passing this line if they approach. Then, she turns to look back toward the sky, but says one more thing. Oh, and thanks. I am glad I trusted you. I haven't trusted anyone in a long time. I'll have to show you around the Talton region when this is all over. I think I can convince my leader to let you come by. Dane replies next. You are leaving right now. When will you be back? Before the 28-day limit is over, right? I shrug. And Ember replies before I can get a word in, holding a red fragment in between them. We'll be leaving once we awaken our red cores. It won't be too much longer at this rate. Ember turns and starts walking over to the water's edge, sits down and sends me a wave of telepathy, telling me to join him once I am done so we can finally finish this up. I nod. We'll meet you all once the trial is done. The hard part is already over. You are strong enough to pass this exam on your own now. That was the whole goal here, right? Make it to the top 12, make the Silka region proud. He smiles. Right, yeah. He pauses, but looks at me with a face full of confidence after thinking over my words. I'll collect more fragments than anyone else. I'll show you around the Silka region once this is all over too. I smile and nod back. Good. I turn to Nat and reach into my item storage to pull out a small blue orb and toss it to her. Inside, an extreme grade fire summoning skill lays dormant. If you want that fire skill to stay permanent, eat that. You seem to have a much more aggressive fighting style when you have access to the skill. It might come in handy. She catches it, looks at the small orb for a few seconds, then nods, placing the orb into her item box. Thank you. I'll use it if I need it. I thought this would take years, maybe longer, maybe even never. Winning the tournament in Stage 4 lets me go back to the Viridian region right after these exams are finished. Yes, and I am very interested in what matters you'll have a say in when you get a place on that B-class board as well. I smile and turn around to go join Ember, but continue speaking, making eye contact with everyone. Even so, it is not over just yet. Keep training while you can and stay nearby. I have a feeling you are going to need all the power you can get once the other teams arrive this high up. You could still lose your points if they take them from you. It is better safe than sorry, right? Each of them nods and scatters off to find more enemies nearby to absorb their mate's EP while I walk over to Ember and sit down. He looks toward me and eats another red fragment, then closes his eyes as crimson threads fill his body. Let's finish this and move on. Your journey here has just begun as well. I take a deep breath and do the same, staring off into the endless sea while more threads of ethereal light saturate my core. Chapter 560. One after another, I consume the red cores that Ember farmed for us and allow the red threads of energy to surge through my body, consolidating into a crystalline form in my chest. The burning and tearing sensation, consuming my being, only intensifies. It feels as if every cell of my body has been destroyed and regrown countless times. Hours pass, and the time between every red core consumed gets shorter each time. While the red threads of light don't harm my physical body any less, every new fragment that I consume lets less and less of its essence escape. The red aura that hardly enveloped my entire body on our way up the mountain has now transformed and grown into a large and vibrant crimson aura. I am unsure how many hours have really passed, but after about half a day's worth of time sitting on this shore in front of the endless ocean, my memories begin to fade, as it feels like the only thing I am concentrated on is absorbing the next red fragment. Ember's red aura grows in radiance too, not too far away from me on the shore, and in the very distant portion of my mind, I feel the presence of the 3 teammates that came with me up this mountain, killing monsters and growing stronger. I close my eyes and concentrate, but I can still see the world around me in perfect clarity. The purple ethereal threads that weave the mountain into existence below me constantly give off a light-ringing sound as the vibrations of the crimson light in my core get more and more intense. It fades away every time the energy from a fragment is consumed, but the whispers of intensity stay behind for longer and longer each time. Eventually, the ringing gets louder and faster, and after dozens of fragments, I begin to lose count of how many I've consumed. Ember's voice echoes in my mind as we increase the rate of absorption even further. We're almost there. No matter how you feel, don't stop healing your body. We're on the verge of awakening a red core. I do as he says. Even though every time I consume a red stone, there is an indescribable feeling to let its hot rush of clarity take over. I cling onto my body and heal it constantly, using hundreds of thousands of MP in the process. Eventually, I come to a tipping point and yell out into the endless ocean as I feel my mind waking from a slumber I didn't know I was trapped in. My dazed state after consuming fragments doesn't come like it usually does, and the feeling of clarity for the few seconds that I absorb a fragment stays with me indefinitely this time around. I open my eyes and find myself floating above the shore by just a few centimeters, and a wide red aura of billions of red threads seeps out of my chest and wraps around the air surrounding me by about 20 to 30 meters in diameter. My perception skills are working at full blast, but I don't sense any of the red light seeping away from my body. It doesn't even feel like energy at all. It just feels as if anything these red threads touch, I understand and have a far greater control over the reality near me. I feel my heartbeat. I hear my every breath, the blood in my veins trickling throughout my body, and the constant crunching of my bones and muscles still being broken down and reformed by my skill. The self-regeneration process is aided by the red threads permeating from my core. However, this is still a conscious effort. For whatever reason, access to this power wants the limits of my physical body to be destroyed, but I don't plan on letting that happen. For now, it isn't much of a hassle to keep the skill activated like a passive buff. By now, I've grown used to it. I reach into my item storage and pull out my daggers, then send a few crescents of red lighting off across the ocean. The mana output is exactly the same as it has always been. The attacks just feel far denser and weigh down on the fabric of this construct, making them many times more deadly than they would be without the red, ethereal light coursing through them. I send off dozens of attacks, in awe of the fact that the red aura around me doesn't dim at all. A radiant red core glows in my chest, made up of what seems like an infinite amount of crimson threads. Wherever I float in the air, it is like a weight of immovable mass bends the world around me. Ember's voice finally breaks me from my enamored state. Congratulations! You've successfully awakened your red core. You can perceive and manipulate the most crude form of divine energy. How does it feel? I raise my gaze to Ember. He floats before me with a radiant red core as well. The fabric of reality within this construct bends around his aura, just the same. My perception skill is still heightened to its highest degree, and our auras overlap, giving me a glimpse into his core once again. It is nearly identical to mine, having what seems like infinite threads of red light within it. However, I see the golden and silver sparks in its center for a fraction of a second before my gaze and mind are pushed away. I nod and turn to the endless ocean and respond. It feels incredible, like my eyes are finally open. The world around me bends to my wishes. It is like nothing I've ever felt. He smiles and points out into the great sea. Good, so you've grasped the basics. Let's climb higher so I can teach you how to properly use this power. I turn back to the shore, opening a telepathy link with my teammates that are a few kilometers away hunting beasts, to send them a quick and final farewell, then respond to Ember. Let's go. Without waiting any longer, we both fly off together across the ocean, angling upward toward the direction in which all of the purple threads shimmer and flow. Without having to hold back, we soar upward with speed far surpassing anything shown earlier in this construct. Distance that took us days to cross before is now traveled over in mere hours. Heavy wind currents try to push travelers around in the sky, but both of us slice through these obstacles with radiant red auras, bending through the construct while leaving traces of red threads behind in our wake. We pass hundreds of lost scavenger birds in the skies, and they only grow stronger and stronger the higher up we travel. Some of them possess powerful attacks, rivaling that of a 1500 to 1600 hunter, similar to the strength shown by Trax when he consumed a red core and unleashed its raw fury. These birds aimlessly travel the skies, and we hunt them down with ease, collecting storages full to the brim with red cores. Ember never consumes any, and I ask why, as many of them glow bright with power. He shrugs and responds with, "You can eat them if you want. But at this stage in our progression, anything less than an orange core won't do much." Out of curiosity, I eat a few as we travel higher, but just as he said, after hitting the tipping point on the shore earlier, any extra red essence does nothing but flow right through me. I get a small surge of clarity, and my aura grows just slightly, but it fades away. and is left behind in the wind less than a minute later. I've hit some kind of natural limit. After about 10 tries, I let out a sigh and stop attempting to absorb fragments, giving him a late reply while slicing through a slowly circling scavenger bird. You were right. I guess they don't do much. At the same time, I pull the orange core from my storage that I managed to obtain from the last event back in the Apex region. How about this? Ember slices through another bird of his own, about half a kilometer away, and turns to me using our mind link to reply. You are probably ready. I'd advise against trying it in the sky. We should at least find somewhere solid to sit and rest before attempting one of those. His gaze turns upward, and I feel his aura pulse outward to scan the surroundings. I momentarily slow my momentum to take a moment and do the same, looking far off into the sky above the ocean, and finally see something interesting. I whisper under my breath, chains. So many chains, reaching up high into the sky. I see countless heavy chains. They're covered in vines and rust, all falling down into the endless sky we've flown up through for hours. The wind currents make them sway back and forth, rattling in the air. Some are pulled tight, while others are loose and dip down to curve for endless kilometers. I can't see the bottoms of the chains as we're too far up, but I can only assume they plunge into the depths of the sea below. I also cannot see the tops either. They stretch up into the sky, fading away out of my senses. These impossibly large metal structures are also made up of purple ethereal strands. Whatever they are, they're native to this construct. In the faint outer sense of my mind, I see pockets of orange light jumping from chain to chain, grabbing onto the vines, and using them to climb higher up into the sky. Chapter 5, 61. The higher we float upward, the fewer birds there are circling here. Once we make it to a certain point, they stop soaring higher. We approach the slowly swaying chains, and I watch one of the highest flying awakened birds glide peacefully through the sky between two of the massive metal links. As it flaps its long, graceful wings glowing red with ethereal threads, another creature comes rocketing toward it, jumping with strong, dark green armored insect legs. It is almost a blur in the sky how fast it moves. Two sets of transparent wings unfold from its exoskeleton as its powerful jump pushes it forward, and it cuts through the air with a bright orange aura trailing behind it. Its long antennae and beady black eyes sense the air around it while a sharp outstretched limb cuts the scavenger bird's head clean off before it even knows what hit it. The insect, with the body of what seems to be a cricket mixed with a praying mantis, rockets through the air, perfectly landing on the chain across from it. The creature's body is far smaller than the bird it just killed, possibly 3 to 4 meters from its antennae tips down to its feet. But the strength and speed it just showed outclassed anything I've seen inside this construct. It turns to jump back, pointed straight at the falling bird, while it dissolves and crunches through its red core with powerful fangs, absorbing its essence in seconds and climbing higher up the vine-covered chains. Its green outer shell blends in with the lush plant life on the rusted metal chains, but its bright orange aura stands out to me as bright as day. It looks back my way while hopping up higher and further away, chain to chain, as I approach. More and more of the mutant locust creatures come into my view as Ember and I start to soar up through the twisting chains. The further in we travel, the more chains become visible to me. Deeper into the endless sky and sea, once deep enough in, I sense the fast-moving orange masses jumping around me on all sides, picking off the remaining scavenger birds that dare to fly this high. Eventually, one jumps close enough and attempts the same maneuver on me. Finally, I whisper while preparing for a new monster type to battle. To my surprise, out of the corner of my eye, I watch Ember transform into his hybrid human dragon form, growing in size and giving himself scaled armor, a long spiked tail, and clawed hands and feet. In reaction, I take out my Flame Emperor's sword and activate my greater form. If Ember is showing this much strength right now, it is better not to hold back. His words right after my transformation confirm my thoughts. Don't take our orange cord guests so lightly. Their strength may surprise you. The blur of orange comes my way while the red strands of energy intertwine themselves with my dark greater form. I take a moment to concentrate and focus, channeling mana into my blade, creating an attack powerful enough to subjugate many double-ranked up opponents over level 2000 I've faced in the past. The divine energy coursing through me increases this power's attacking force drastically. But the closer my opponent gets, the more its power becomes clear to me. My greater form's blade collides with the insect's front leg, and the resulting clash sends ripples of red and orange thread, like energy waves to scatter from our point of contact. I am surprised when our strength is almost matched. My brute force, powered by my fully unleashed mana control, pushes the insect backward. But an incredibly tough outer layer of its exoskeleton is coursing with dense orange threads and completely nullifies my attack. My eyes widen as the creature is sent flying backward, but not a scratch is left on the impact point once the energy fades. The only thing I held back during this exchange was not using soul energy. My vision shifts to my left as another massive cricket comes soaring Ember's way, and he doesn't hesitate to cover his body in soul energy. Imbued flames to thrust a clawed fist forward and shatter the creature's orange thread, imbued shell. There are rippling waves of gravity that hit me even from hundreds of meters away. Ember thrusts his other clawed hand forward and tears off the insect's head, trailing millions of orange tendrils of energy behind in its wake. His eyes are laser-focused on his enemy, and he doesn't hold back, tearing the creature to shreds with everything he has. My gaze moves back to the monster that attacked me, and it has already recovered from the blow I gave it. Its antennae move back and forth, and its orange aura retracts, making the outer orange layer on its green shell even denser. Then, it flaps its wings while kicking itself off the air, to fly forward again with the same speed it did before, when using the chains as a backboard. I smirk while letting hot chi and mana that have been infused, and waiting in my core trickle down my arms and into my blade. I see the divine threads taking root in this hot energy as it makes the blade in my hand heavier than it has ever been before. At the same time, it courses through my entire body, making the swing and speed I charge forward at the strongest and fastest I've ever felt myself travel as well. Every step through the air I take leaves behind red footprints where I've impacted this construct. And when my Crimson Soul energy attack makes contact with the outer barrier of the insect's attacking arm again, it shatters with little to no resistance. The dense tendrils of orange energy are overwhelmed by the weight of the soul energy attack, woven into the red core's power. After its arm is shattered, its head and main body are obliterated in the follow-through of my slash as well. Insect parts rain through the sky as my dense soul energy attack collides with one of the heavy metal chains far off in the distance. There is a rattling, clanging sound as a chunk of metal is broken off one of the links, and the chain continues to sway in the heavy winds. I let out a satisfied sigh while floating down with the bulk of the insect parts and collecting the orange core that drops with it once it dissolves. The core falls into my item storage, and at the same time, I hear a rattling of chains far off behind me as another orange cored locust comes flying my way. I turn to face it and use the same attack as I did just moments ago. Ember and I continue to weave through the chains, traveling upward, and slicing through the jumping critters one by one. While I am pretty much going all out in every attack, these monsters still don't give me an actual fight. However, considering the massive jump in power from the scavenger birds up to these insects, my mind races to think what we're really moving up this construct to find. Another half a day passes, and the chains only grow more in number, reaching out further and further than my senses can see. The conversation of stopping on one of the massive links to rest and absorb the dozens of orange fragments we've collected so far comes up. But Ember is certain we'll find solid land to rest on instead soon. No matter how far I look, all I see is endless chains, clouds, and locusts for hundreds of kilometers. It becomes a mental guessing game where these chains are even going, what they're possibly attached to, and why there are so many. After mindlessly killing more and more insects, there is finally a change in the atmosphere. For the first time since we entered this place, the sky starts to change color. It becomes slightly darker high above us. One of the tightest chains near me shudders, and all of the orange-cored monsters in its vines jump off and begin hopping and flying away as fast as they can. I hear a loud, echoing, cracking sound, like rock splintering against rock high up in the sky. Then, the tightened chain less than a kilometer away starts to bend. It is like whatever was holding it so straight has loosened its grip. The sky gets darker and darker as the massive chain bends and starts to look like many of the other slack chains I've passed while traveling upward. Then I see why. An impossibly large rock looks like it is falling from the sky with the end of the chain attached to its center. The longer I stare up at it, the more massive it becomes. It looks like an entire mountain is being pulled down from the sky. Ember and I both look at each other with surprised expressions, then start air-stepping away as fast as possible. There is an end in sight at the edges of this enormous falling rock, but the closer it falls, the further away these edges become. More cracked and grinding sounds fill the air as more and more locusts scatter away, screeching and chirping as they do. None even try to attack us as they pass, sensing that whatever is falling toward us is a far greater threat. Chapter 5, 62. The impossibly large mass of stone connected to the top of the nearest chain turns the entire sky dark as it falls toward us at a speed impossible to measure correctly. The closer it gets, the larger the stone mass seems to become. What I assume to be a few kilometers, wide stone turns into a few dozen, then even larger, reaching too far out of the depths of my perception skill to even see. Ember and I air-step toward the outer edges at first, but as the huge mass of Earth gets closer, we change our trajectory to head back down toward the sea where we came from. Our soul energy-powered air steps push us through the sky much faster than any of the other creatures trying to get away. As they fall far behind us, the rock mass keeps getting closer, catching stragglers and pinning them against its mass as it continues to fall toward us. The winds pick up. The echoing cracks of rock breaking and shifting fill the air, and the dangling chain sways and clanks together now that its links are far looser. The sky turns dark blue, and fragments of smaller stone fill the air. I pull 2 teleport crystals leading back to the shoreline where we left from my item storage, and throw one to Ember with my telekinesis skill, speaking through our link to tell him we'll use them as a last resort as the landmass above us gets so close. I finally feel its true mass and shape. The air pressure shifts as everything below this falling rock is getting pushed with it. However, even while following the current to push toward its edge, our speed isn't going to be enough to make it. One moment we're gliding up into the sky, killing insects without a problem in the world. And the next, we're about to be crushed by a city-sized rock falling from the sky. I grit my teeth and prepare to crush the transport crystal in my hand. But another series of noises and chain of events hit my senses that make me stop, as if the entire construct is bending to something's will. A massive purple ripple in space forms beneath the falling stone, and it stops like all time itself has been paused. The chain beneath, connected to the rock, continues to sway and jingle from the slack and downward momentum it still has, making loud echoing metallic clangs ring through the air. Hundreds of orange, cored insects are crushed to bits from both the air pressure against the rock from moments ago and colliding with the purple ripple of space that appeared to catch the massive stone from falling any further. I don't take this moment to stop and stare, even as the purple fabric of space fades away to leave nothing but open sky, and the huge stone above us still continues to float for reasons unknown. I keep air-stepping down and away from the monstrous rock in the sky with everything I have. Ember stays in his hybrid form, and I am in my greater form, using soul energy and the red threads that power my movements to get away from the boulder in the sky. Even at these speeds, it still takes over 3 minutes to reach its outer edge. Only then, when I finally see light blue sky above me, do I let out a long sigh and power down to rest? What was that? I yell out loud as Ember has the same look of shock on his face as well. We float upward past the point where the purple force field stopped this island from falling, and we pass through it like it was never here. Still, moving away from the rock mass, I finally turn to see what is on the other side. It isn't what I expected at all. Ember responds while looking up at the sky, eyeing all of the other chains far off in the distance. Well, you can't say I was wrong. We did find some solid land. I nod while taking in the landscape of thick forest filled with massive obsidian black trees stretching high into the air. Their bases are dozens of meters thick, and as I look upward, I cannot even see their tops. Every few hundred meters, branches sprout from the jet black wood, And some of the leaves that grow from these trees are larger than my entire body. The black glossy plants shimmer and shine like they're chiseled out of volcanic stone, reflecting the orange light of the insect monsters that hurriedly jump into the forest. Many chirp and click as they fly by us from all of the nearby chains. It is like they're swarming in as if this is a usual occurrence. My gaze follows their flight and jumping paths as they propel themselves from sturdy trunk to trunk up higher into the obsidian forest. Then, I see exactly what they're so eager to find. High up in a tree, over 500 meters from where Ember and I float and watch. A round yellow fruit dangles from one of the black branches high in the sky. From here, it looks like the fruit is about a meter in diameter. And from what I can see at this distance, a dazzling golden aura shines off of it. Threads of yellow divine energy radiate off this fruit as dozens of locusts jump and fly toward it. They slash at each other, breaking through the swarm to try and get to the front like their lives depend on it. Seconds later, one of them manages to get a hold of the yellow fruit, and all-out war follows. Clashing of orange. Armored insect arms and legs collide, and many of the creatures are ripped to shreds while trying to get a single bite. Some manage to sink their fangs into the round golden fruit, and bursts of extreme yellow radiance flow through them. Unfortunately, I can't see the full extent of this power because every time one of them gets even a little taste, they're ganged up on and torn to shreds by the rest of the swarm before they can show off. I can predict this will go on until there is only one remaining, but something else entirely happens. The size of the branch where this golden fruit grew begins to glow bright yellow, making the outline of a massive lizard on the side of the tree appear. It has the body of a chameleon, but sharp eyes like a snake, and claws on its hands and legs like a wild beast. The creature was completely invisible moments ago, and now its rows of sharp teeth wrap around all 40 or so of the swarming orange cored insects. I hear the crunching of exoskeletons from here as it kills every last one of them in a fraction of a second, and swallows the yellow fruit for itself along with the dozens of orange cores, not bothering to chew any more than it has to. The monstrosity's head turns toward Ember and me, and a pulse of yellow threads of light explodes from its forehead between its eyes. Everything in its general vicinity turns yellow and golden, painting the surrounding trees with its shimmering yellow threads in an instant. An eerily familiar feeling hits me that I've only felt one time before, when the golden eyes stared down at me from the Apex Region's black box during the 4th stage of these exams. I feel its waves of intense gravity ripple through me, and it is like some kind of intimidation skill has hit me all of a sudden. I am frozen in place for a split second. If it used this maneuver at a far closer range, I would have been wide open for an attack for almost half a second before I realized what is going on. Its serpent, like eyes, dig into my soul. Then it turns its head away from us and its skin turns jet black, blending into the branch it is perched on. The blinding yellow aura it threw our way retracts, and before I can even take a gasp of breath, any sign of the lizard creature has completely left my senses. Yellow core. That was the power of a yellow core. I whispered to myself while scanning the forest even more. At this realization, Ember and I continue to airstep away from the island covered in black trees, getting far away from the dangerous creatures that lurk there. We backpedal far away, letting the floating island of death fade away in the distance while approaching the nearest chain to stop and rest for a moment. There is still a massive, ominous outline of hundreds of black trees reaching up into the sky once we both float down to stand on the inside link of a rusted chain. Swarms of insects continue to jump and fly from surrounding chains toward the Black Island, and I picture them all being eaten alive in a single bite. Ember pulls out an orange fragment, then sits down in a comfortable position on the metal ground as the clouds float by and the chain we're on slowly sways in the wind. Well, if we want any chance of killing that thing, we better get started on awakening our orange cores. Listen carefully, this isn't going to be easy. I nod, then sit down next to him while staring ahead at the obsidian forest. My item storage opens, and I take out an orange fragment of my own. Chapter 5, 63. Instead of letting the energy flow through you, control the threads from the orange core to create a barrier around your body. While the red core boosted your perception and innate abilities, this experience will reinforce your strength, defense, and consolidate itself as an impenetrable barrier. I picture the orange threads intertwining with the insect's limbs earlier, making them so tough that I had to use my full power to break through them. The threads of orange light permeated from their cores and consolidated around their exoskeletons to create a barrier around the creatures. So, like a chi barrier, Ember nods and throws the fragment he is holding into his mouth, swallows it, then replies. Kind of. Watch me, then try to replicate what you see. This is going to be a far slower process and a lot more painful too. His eyes light up with orange light. Then slow-moving orange threads of divine energy start to move from his chest to permeate throughout his body. They slowly begin to wrap around his arms and legs, creating a thin layer of dense orange gravity surrounding his body, moving over his skin like a very viscous liquid. My gaze tracks his vitals while his MP and HP spike up and down as his body heals at a much more rapid rate than it did when consuming the red cores. It takes almost 5 whole minutes before the orange energy surrounds his entire being. Then another 5 for it to dissolve away and fade into the air. A tiny layer of orange light is left behind inside his crimson aura when he looks up at me with a grin. Remember, the first half is the hard part. Make it through that, and the rest is easy. I take a deep breath while staring off into the endless sky and swallow an orange fragment of my own. At first, it feels just like the reds. A surge of heat ripples through me, and momentarily, my vision even turns bright orange as well. I counteract it with my all-seeing eye and multiple buffs to stay fully conscious. But it doesn't matter much. Once the orange threads of energy begin to spread throughout my body, they're extremely hot, giving the perception of millions of molten slithering serpents digging through my flesh beneath my skin. Instead of the evenly spread, fast-moving energy of the red cores, this one gives an entirely different feeling. Coarse, slow-moving threads of heavy reality-bending energy intertwine themselves with my muscles, blood, and bones, while spreading to the tips of my fingers and the bottom of my toes. Watching this process take place from an outsider's perspective on Ember's body was a totally different experience than having it happen to myself. What took just 5 minutes or so for him feels like hours are slowly passing by. My entire body glows with a bright orange light, and dozens of mana crystals are being plundered to provide for the massive amount of regeneration being done on a cellular level to every square centimeter of my body. I want to yell out and scream through the pain, but that would break my concentration. The only thing I can do is stare off into the clouds, keeping the faint black outline of obsidian trees in my consciousness while the heavy chain below me swings in the wind. My skin is melted as an impossibly dense, slow-moving layer of orange. Divine energy sets itself around my skin, eyes, and even hair. It feels as if I weigh 10 times more than I did moments ago. Gravity is pushing me down much harder than it was before I ate this fragment, and an immense pressure is pounding down on not only my body but my mind as well. It feels as if days have passed before the pressure begins to go away, but in reality it has only been a few minutes. Once it does, it feels as if I can finally breathe. The 5 minutes as the pressure subsides and the orange shell dissolves into the air, watching the threads fade away, is one of the most relieving feelings I've ever felt. I let out a long, satisfied sigh and fall to my back once the process is done. Small threads of orange light still shimmer in my skin and make a small shell-like aura around me, burning my flesh and tearing me apart from the inside out. However, the minuscule pain now compared to what it was moments ago is nothing. It feels relaxing to only have to regenerate at this slow rate. I lay on my back for almost half a minute, breathing heavily, then let out a laugh and sit back up. You weren't kidding. That was a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. Ember grins, then sits back as well. We'll do another round in a few hours. It is going to take a while for the excess to leave our bodies, and we both need time to recover. He is right. Despite my mythic-grade self-regeneration skill working at its maximum capacity, there is still fatigue left over from that excruciating experience. After just 1 stone, it feels like my entire aura has changed. I feel much more rooted in reality. The threads of energy close to my body feel much thicker and heavier. On top of all of that, looking down into my chest, I can already see shimmering orange threads slowly floating in and out of my red core. Despite this, I feel a bit frail. If I ate another stone right now, the experience would be far worse than what I just experienced. It takes a full 5 hours for me to fully recover and feel like my mind and body are back to 100% again. While I rest, occasional swarms of insects fly by headed toward the island in the distance, and Ember picks off the stragglers to collect more orange cores. Then, we repeat the process again. My skin, muscles, and bones are slowly melted by millions of orange microscopic threads and reground to harden and reinforce my body from the inside out, leaving me sweating and out of breath with a smile on my face. When it is all over once again, I feel heavier, denser, and stronger once I get a few minutes to recover. This time, it takes just under 4 hours before I am ready to go again. If there was a sun in the sky, it would be rising and setting multiple times while the insect creatures completely ignore us, flying by to flock into the obsidian death trap of a forest. The time gap between orange fragment consumption becomes less and less. The excruciating, slow-moving pain that comes with each one becomes far more bearable. So much so that I don't have to use my full concentration when the orange threads stay behind more and more, intertwined inside my flesh after every cycle. My skin, muscles, and bones harden to the point where they feel like they're not even organic tissue anymore. My rate of self-regeneration increases even when I am not consuming stones, and the heavy presence that ripples like gravity waves while consuming fragments starts to lag behind to be present, even when all of the excess energy has faded away. My core and aura fade from a deep crimson to slowly shift toward a bright orange. Over 5 full days pass before I am capable of consuming fragments, without having to wait any extra time in between. Orange threads still slowly fade off my body each time, but the amount is almost none compared to the amount of energy I would lose on the first couple stones. It feels exactly like the breakthrough point I hit with my red core. I just need a few more, and there will be a monumental change. Almost there. I stare off into the endless sky that looks exactly the same as it always has, with black trees stretching up into the unknown while eating another fragment. The process is soothing now. Another thick orange layer of shielding is added to my body to make it denser and stronger than before. I take deep breaths while this fragment dissolves, and the last remnants of my red core are overwhelmed by the thick orange threads. My heart beats in my ears loudly while a bright orange aura envelops my entire body, and I stand from my seated position while a gravity wave of orange energy pulses from my chest. I grin while staring down at my hands, then up at the sky again. A small group of insects flies by, soaring through the air on their way to the floating island. I count 7 of them, then jump off the swaying chain I am on to follow them. My strides filled with wind magic leave behind orange footprint-shaped dents in the air. They begin to fade once I am far enough away. I pull out my sword from my item storage, and orange threads slowly creep up it once my grasp tightens around it. I fill the blade with soul energy. The dark mana and chi are reinforced with millions of orange threads on the outside of the sword, and its weight feels as if it has been multiplied many times over. This feeling of strength is far greater than the intensity I felt while wielding the same soul energy in my greater form days ago, with nothing but a red core. I could activate that buff now to increase my strength even further, but it doesn't seem worth the hassle. I grin while slashing through 6 of the insects in just 2 swings of my blade. Their outer shells are obliterated by the weight of the hot soul energy in my blade. My speed is still similar to theirs, so one of the bugs manages to escape my second swing. It charges in to avenge its fallen allies, attacking my unguarded back, but its entire arm shatters to pieces as it makes contact with my new skin-tight, unbreakable defense. Its antennae move rapidly, and its beady black eyes widen while I turn to slice it in half. While the insects fall, dissolve, and I collect their cores, I do some tests with my blade. As long as I keep it connected to my grasp, the orange threads stay intertwined to strengthen it from the inside and create an orange barrier around it. However, when I let go, the threads retract and fade away to leave it in its natural state. I place it back into my item storage with the newly collected cores and float back over to Ember to wait for his orange core to awaken as well. While my sole focus these past few days was absorbing fragments, he farmed many more stones for us, leaving hundreds of excess in my item storage. It takes about 6 more hours for his core to awaken. In the meantime, I practice on the insects that pass by. I thought that by now, after awakening my orange core too, I'd understand why they're so eager to send themselves into that death trap of an island, but their infatuation still is a mystery to me. Ember tests out his new powers too on some of the nearby monsters, punching through the tough outer layers of exoskeletons. With nothing but a soul energy-powered fist, not even in his hybrid form. I join in the fun as well. His fists and my sword break through the tough outer shells of these insects, and the image of that yellow-cored lizard crunching through dozens of them in a single bite flashes through my mind with every kill. We slowly make our way back toward the island filled with obsidian trees. A battle strategy slowly begins to form in my mind of how we'll take on one of those lizard creatures together. But my concentration is broken once I see the purple barrier beneath the floating island appear out of thin air again and ripple with waves of gravity, just like it did when it stopped the island from falling down into the depths of the sea before. It feels and looks different this time. Instead of stopping the island from falling, it looks as if it is exerting force to push it upward instead. A loud echoing creak and the jingling of a long chain below the island hits my ears. I have to make a split-second decision and change my plans once I see the island of black trees and golden fruit start to move upward again toward the endless sky above where it came from. Chapter 564. The island. It is moving again. Ember and I watch from a safe distance as the rippling purple barrier pushes the enormous mass of stone upward again. Its upward momentum is far slower than when it initially fell, but every moment that passes, the speed increases. Now, more than ever, more insects flock to the island, as if the chance they're getting now is a life-or-death situation. Hundreds of orange-cored locusts fly above me, deep into the trees, and I air-step forward to do the same. Come on, let's see what they're so eager to find. Ember and I run forward through the air and make it onto the edge of the island, touching down on flat rock, with the edge of the massive black tree line less than half a kilometer away. The wind is moving by us at high speeds now, and as the seconds pass, even the air pressure pushing down on us from above gets more intense. The creaking sounds and rippling of purple fabric beneath the island make reality tremble as it pushes harder and our speed toward the sky increases. Fewer and fewer insects are able to swarm into the trees as our speed gets too fast for them to catch up to the island, moving up into the sky. At this realization, I lie with my back down on the flat stone with my arms and legs outstretched, and Ember does the same. Standing up with this downward air pressure would be far too difficult. The clouds whiz by us, and we're both pushed deep into the earth we lie on by the wind alone. Every passing second gets more intense. I hear cracking sounds, and even see insects falling from the trees to hit the ground and break apart, making huge craters in the rock from the speed of their falls. I expect to see leaves or branches from the massive trees fall too, but none of them do. My head turns to the side one more time to get a look up at the trees, and I see that not even a single leaf is bent downward. I can't believe my eyes. The pressure I feel on every centimeter of my whole body is like nothing I've ever felt before. It is like the entire weight of a mountain is being pressed down on me and only increasing with every fraction of a second that passes. I struggle to turn my head back to the front-facing position and grit my teeth. If I didn't have the added strength of these orange threads hardening my body and making a thick layer around me, my bones would be crushed to bits by now. I can feel the divine fabric being compressed more and more, and it gets to the point where everything in my peripherals is a blur. The only thing I see is the tunnel vision of the sky above. I can't even move a single finger, as it feels like weights the size of cities are pressed down on each one. My blood doesn't even flow, and I can't open my mouth to take a breath. Time feels as if it has stopped, but I can still see the clouds moving in the sky above me in the back of my conscious mind. I focus on them and continue to endure. It is hard to tell how much time has passed. It feels just like when I was counting the fractions of a second pass while consuming orange fragments. The only difference is, this time it isn't painful. It is more of a suffocating feeling. Before the pressure reaches a climax where it is too much to bear, I feel the ground shudder, and the loud clang of a chain below me being pulled tight rings in my ears. The next thing I know, the pressure begins to fade, and the feeling of weightlessness takes over. The outer edges of my vision come back, yet I still see the clouds above getting closer and closer. I turn to my side. feeling air push against my face while the black trees appear to be moving down. However, once I shake myself out of it and activate my wind magic to stabilize myself, I realize just because the island in the sky was stopped by the chain connecting it below doesn't mean I was. The ground is over a kilometer away as my body kept the upward momentum of the enormous push. I take a gasp of fresh air and slow myself down over the next few seconds before taking a look around. My eyes widen as everywhere I look, there are more and more black trees. The chains that all flew by in my vision on the way up here all connect to other islands, and every single island is packed with an obsidian forest. Flashes of yellow light appear in my mind's eye as hundreds of orange insects are killed by predators all around me. They swarm in and out of the forests, jumping island to island, trying to sink their fangs into just one of the golden fruits that grow in these trees. My gaze turns up to see the bottoms of even more islands high in the sky, while when I look down below, countless others are here too, spreading off in every direction. Slowly, I float down to the two human-shaped holes in the rock where I just flew up from, and Ember is sitting on the edge of the island, enjoying the view and waiting for me. He turns around once I get close enough and stretches out his arm like he has just woken up from a nap. I have to admit, that was more painful than it had to be. We could have just flown up by ourselves. I doubt it would have taken more than a day. I look down at the two holes in the hard ground and shrug. Sure, but we're here now. It wasn't that bad. Eating my first orange stone was worse. We both laugh, and at the same time, I do a quick scan of the forest to see if there are any enemies nearby or swarms of insects that need to be dealt with. The first thing I spot is a large golden fruit glowing yellow, dangling from the same branch where I saw it eaten along with 40 orange. Cord insects. The last time I ventured, in this close to the tree line, my gaze tightens on it, and I try to boost my perception further to look for any enemies nearby, but nothing comes up. The eerie sensation of being watched washes over me as I continue to stare into the forest. And I am almost positive the lizard creature is staring right back at me from behind this golden fruit, even though I can't sense it. The longer I stare at the unmoving glossy black branch, the more the round golden fruit's yellow aura grows with luminosity, and the juicier it appears to be. Waves of very light yellow light are pushing off the fruit, similar to the incredibly dense wave of yellow intimidation I felt before. The more I watch it, the larger the fruit grows. It may be just by a few centimeters in the minutes I wait, but I am sure it is increasing in size. Every pulse it makes grows brighter and stronger until the incredibly faint outline of an invisible lizard shows up in my mind's eye next to it on the tree's branch. From afar, I never would have noticed, but from watching the constant waves of light and analyzing them change in intensity, I notice it is there because it absorbs the yellow threads at a different rate than the tree branch it rests on. I open my link with Ember and speak while staring forward. I can see it! It is all alone, and we're both at maximum strength. I don't see a better time to try and take it on. I hold up 2 teleport crystals again, just like when we were running from being crushed by the same falling island in the sky. If it is too strong to kill, I am going to steal its fruit. If we're not even capable of that, we run away and come up with a new plan. We'll crush the crystals as a last resort. This is the only way I'll get to measure what its true abilities are like. I let out a pulse of enemy detection that stretches out through this full island and a few of the neighboring ones, not getting a reading on any of these stealthy creatures, unless they're intentionally making themselves known to attack swarms of orange cord insects. It solidifies a conclusion in my mind. There is no other way for us to get our hands on a yellow fragment. It is either we do this, or stay stuck in the same class as those fruit-obsessed bugs. Ember grins and turns my way, altering his body into his hybrid form layered with orange threads. I was thinking the same thing. I nod and step forward too, moving toward the tree line while keeping my eyes locked on the golden fruit and its deadly guardian. Chapter 5, 65. We approach the dark tree line, and it is not only the lingering gaze of the golden lizard that makes me shiver. The trees themselves give off an aura of danger that I can't quite figure out. All I know is it is best if I don't touch their trunks. Every time my gaze falls on them at this close distance, I get the instant reflexive feedback to stay away. Even so, we enter the dark forest. I activate my stealth skill along with my greater form. The orange threads that flow from my core wrap around my large form while I pull out my sword, intertwining and amplifying my stealth skill as well, making me completely vanish. The only thing left behind are the heavy orange footsteps that bend space behind me. Once they've made it far enough from my core, the stealth skill deactivates and the threads are visible to the naked eye. Even so, I still have a window of time where I am invisible and can catch it off guard. This small time lag and a bit of misdirection are what I am counting on. I've witnessed its raw power. I am making no assumptions that I can outclass this shifty creature in a one-on-one fight of pure strength or speed. We creep through the forest further, splitting up and wrapping around the creature on two opposite sides. I can still make out the faint outline of its presence, and Ember can too. Its gaze switches back and forth to Ember as he is not using stealth, and back to my footsteps as they trail behind me. Using telepathy, I relay the plan I thought of when we were going to face this creature before the island rose into the sky. He nods and his body grows even larger, shifting from his hybrid form into a full-fledged dragon. Ember's black scales shimmer with an even darker glossy shine than the leaves on these trees. Orange light permeates from his core and covers his entire being as he flaps his wings, and I dart forward while charging my greater form's blade with as much soul energy as possible. Instead of moving straight, I take a sharp left and air step to spin around a large trunk of an obsidian tree. The path of least resistance would be to charge right toward the lizard, and the footsteps that slowly appear in my prior path make this the predictable logical maneuver. I am counting on it to be aware of this while I take the unnecessarily long path around a trunk in full stealth, while aiming my gaze right toward the creature's back. I've positioned myself on the completely opposite side from where I approached, putting it between the golden fruit and myself. As the gap closes, another factor is added to the scene as Ember bursts through the trees on the opposite side, glowing with flames and leaving a trail of his corroding soul energy behind in his wake. It covers the black leaves of the trees and lights up the dark forest as he nosedives downward to be the obvious distraction. The lizard lunges forward toward Ember, while I rocket toward it down the backside of the branch it is perched on. At my high speeds, it takes less than 1/10 of a second to swing my blade, but the tension and dangerous aura coming off both the invisible chameleon and the black tree beside me make my mind scream to run away the closer I get. Regardless, I've made a plan and I'll follow through. My blade makes contact with the bottom of the lizard's neck while it lunges forward, keeping its full attention on Ember. I release my full-powered slash upward, aiming to slice its head clean off before it realizes I am here. However, it feels as if my blade is colliding with a hardened wall made of tough sandpaper-like scales when my greater form's blade makes contact. I use all my strength to thrust upward, but my sword hardly budges. I feel a few scales give way, and the strongest point of my blade pushes through a few centimeters, but no more than a few threads of orange energy make their way through its thick, scaly flesh. The majority of the attack is deflected, and the dense crescent of reinforced soul energy that erupts from my blade wraps around the creature's neck like it is hitting a force field. It explodes and disperses to either side without leaving any extra damage. I fly past, following through with my strike, but soon realize it has all been for nothing. The same pulse of yellow light comes surging out from the lizard's forehead, spreading throughout the nearby trees and painting everything bright golden. Its full appearance is clear as day to me now, and it shifts its head toward me instead of Ember. Despite my stealth skill still being activated, its yellow aura wraps around me and shows a real-time outline of exactly where I am, like echolocation. The only damage I see done to it is a few scales missing from the underside of its neck and at the apex of my slice. I managed to make it through the first layer of its flesh to leave a small meter-long scrape and some orange leftover residue. My attack didn't even pierce through its neck to hit any vitals like I'd hoped. But seeing that this monstrosity isn't invincible still gives me the necessary adrenaline rush to come up with a new plan on the spot. My eyes dart around, and I consider breaking a teleport crystal to retreat. But another idea comes to mind as I take in the situation as a whole. It may see me now, but its momentum is still moving away from me. I am closer to its golden fruit than it is to me, and Ember is not its primary threat anymore. so his movements are far less noticeable. I send out a new telepathy message while swinging my sword again to slice through the small stem of the fruit, keeping it connected to the upper branch of the tree. Ember swoops down beneath the thick branch while I open up my item storage and let the fruit fall inside. The enormous lizard's long spiked tail uncurls and shoots backward to grab onto the black branch and shift its forward momentum and swing toward me instead of keeping its forward lunge. The torque created by the sudden change in direction is far more powerful than I predicted, and its rows of teeth and open maw come rocketing toward me much faster than I was initially expecting. Even so, I still see many possible escape options I can take before having to use my teleport crystal. In my greater form, its open mouth is almost half the length of my body. The sight is still hideous, but it isn't as intimidating as it was when I witnessed it kill 40 insects in the blink of an eye while I was still a red core. Crimson blood drips from its neck where I managed to slice it earlier. This even adds to the full picture that this too is just another beast that can be killed. It may have been a full-powered cheap shot, but I never planned to have a fair fight in the first place. I smirk and continue to air step forward, putting my sword away into my item storage to increase my aerodynamics and fly through the air faster. It gains on me quicker than I travel forward. But in my peripherals, I see Ember emerge from below the branch of the tree about 20 meters away, flying even faster than the lizard. If I try to change direction in midair, I'll only be leading this creature toward both of us. Its tail is about to unwrap from the branch to propel itself in my direction even faster. And I need to make sure its momentum is pointed in a direction that helps me get away with my prize. I take a deep breath and whisper to myself, this is going to hurt a lot. Then I grit my teeth and shift my weight, putting out my greater form's unguarded arm right in front of the jumping lizard's jaws as it clamps down. All the same pain and crushing pressure of its teeth piercing through my flesh translate from my greater form to my actual body on the inside. My HP and MP both drop drastically while I feel orange threads being ripped from my being as well. I let out a yell while separating with half of my arm and kicking off the trunk of the tree at the base of the branch to change my direction entirely. As my foot makes contact with the black tree, another dangerous sensation hits my body and psyche. For the split second, I kick off the tree. Even more orange tendrils of divine energy are ripped away from me and disappear into an indescribable greedy depthless hunger of the obsidian tree. I let out a gasp while I push myself away from the tree and the lizard tears off a large chunk of my greater form's energy and leaves tendrils of yellow threads behind in every single tooth mark. It flies one way, and I fly the other toward Ember. I don't dare look back to see if it is satisfied with its energy-dense meal while I power down my greater form and land on Ember's back. My rings and gauntlets float in front of me where my arm is missing. It regenerates back instantly to fill the empty space. However, the slow-moving orange threads that flow from my core take a few seconds to fully intertwine with my arms again. Ember flaps his wings and twists his body through the deadly trees, and we burst out of the forest seconds later. Once the view of the clouds and open sky hit my vision, it feels as if an immense pressure has lifted from me. We escape the yellow observation domain of the lizard in the same instance, and its presence disappears from my senses as Ember flies away from the island. I stare down at where my arm was bitten off and still feel the pain of every single tooth mark it left behind. After a few more seconds pass, and my HP rises back up to full, the pain fades away. The blood gushing from its neck replays in the back of my mind, and I reactivate my greater form while standing on Ember's back while speaking to him through our link. Even with just an orange core, I made it bleed. That beast isn't indestructible. I smile as Ember's flight path turns in the air, slowly pointing us back toward the forest while I pull my sword and the glowing yellow fruit from my item storage. It has a weak point. We can take advantage of that and can kill it before it heals. I just need to give it a taste of its own power. As I channel soul energy into my blade, I activate stealth again and begin examining the yellow fruit closely. Chapter 5, 66. Millions of hot yellow tendrils of divine energy flow through the enormous fruit in my greater form's hand. It looks like a meter-tall peach that glows with a golden radiance, vibrating and humming, bending reality around it. making it seem heavier than my entire orange core. However, at the same time, it feels as if it is as light as a feather, almost trying to float above my greater form's hand. Ember's voice echoes through my mind in our link. That fruit has an absurd amount of higher frequency threads coursing through it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just as potent as an entire yellow core. We approach the tree line again, and I widen my scope of perception to try and locate the lizard we just fought, but nothing comes back into my senses. The forest before me seems as if it is empty. What exactly are you implying? It will give me power, but is it safe to consume? There is a moment of silence, and I think back to the extreme surges of power and energy the insect creatures gained when they took a single bite of this fruit. They grew in perceived strength and speed for fractions of a second, and it would take multiple other insects to subdue them. If I were to consume a great deal more than a single bite, I am almost certain I can land a finishing blow on the monster that lurks in these woods. Ember replies as soul energy envelops his entire body, and I even feel a slight pull of his plunderer's skill activate, draining mana and a small amount of orange divine threads from my aura. Yes, you'll be able to handle it. Stay focused and don't stray far from me. I'll take care of the excess energy residue and keep you stable. You'll know exactly what I mean in a moment. Just focus on taking the shot, don't jump off my back, and I'll handle the rest. I nod and take a deep breath in and out as we soar between the trunks of two impossibly tall jet black trees, then bring the golden fruit to my greater form's mouth. In a single bite, the fruit disappears inside my energy form's mouth, and a burning hot sensation forms in my real body's heart. I hear Ember's wings fly in the air, and my heartbeat syncs up with this motion. My gaze spreads out through the seemingly empty forest again. Then what feels like a hot spark of electricity surges through my body. It flows up through my chest, into my brain, and out through my eyes, blinding my vision with a yellow light. The yellow light instantly disperses and gives me a new burst of advanced perception similar to my enemy detection skill. However, it can see everything, including the trees, rocks, and even individual divine threads floating through the air. A pulse of golden yellow energy flows from my forehead and spreads through the forest as we glide into it. Everything that lurks in these trees becomes visible to me. There are hundreds of buzzing insects and dozens of mutant chameleons stalking their prey. The yellow light in my chest, brain, and eyes continues to expand, and it gets hotter and hotter, making my body glow like a sun. My self-regeneration skill works at full power as the yellow tendrils of energy wrap around every fiber of my greater form. However, it is clear this energy is far too intense for my body and orange core to fully contain if it keeps growing in intensity like that. A line that Ember spoke earlier, when we first entered this construct, comes to mind when he warned Dane that if he were to eat a red fragment, he would be burned from the inside out and explode on the spot. The rate of growing fire in my chest and overwhelming growing heat intensity throughout my body in greater form makes me believe that exactly that is about to happen. However, Ember said to focus on the task at hand, and he'd handle keeping everything under control. I take another deep breath as the golden thread wraps around my greater form's sword. Then, I pinpoint exactly where the creature we left lurks. Its tail is wrapped around a branch on the opposite side of the tree we left it on, and I still see a slit in its throat where I managed to attack it last. Its eyes are closed, and it seems to believe it is fully camouflaged behind this tree. In my temporarily enhanced vision, I watch streams of golden thread flow from the lizard at a steady rate and disappear into the darkness of the branch it rests on. At the same time, the heat that courses through my own body hits a point of discomfort that leads me to want to let out a scream. However, right before I do blow our cover, the sensation of Ember's plunder ability kicks in. The overflow of golden threads that my greater form can't handle is being siphoned out and entering Ember's body instead of corrupting mine. Out of the corner of my eye, I expect to see his aura wrapped in the bright orange threads of his divine energy aiding this phenomenon. But what is really happening is quite different. My gaze is subverted the moment my subconscious realizes what it is. The same silver and golden sparkling energy from the center of his core is absorbing the excess threads through my feet. The mental block kicks in again, and my mind is pushed away, almost forgetting it in the moment to focus on the task at hand. A wave of refreshing clarity washes over my mind as the immense heat and pressure are lifted from my body, only leaving enough that I can handle. We whiz past the base of the tree, and finally, the chameleon's snake-like eyes open and lock onto us both glowing. Covered in the same yellow tendrils of divine energy as it is, the lizard monster immediately bursts with its yellow aura and swings its body up from its resting position while showing us its claws and rows of jagged teeth. However, it doesn't seem as frightening and deadly as it did before. We have the element of surprise on our side, and I have more energy surging through me than I've ever felt in my life. It lunges forward, and at the same time, Ember curves his flight trajectory to put me in the perfect position to land a hit. Even with this timing and enhanced precision, the monster I am attacking isn't going to give up easily. It protects its weak point on its neck with its outstretched 2 front claws. My glowing yellow sword collides with its yellow claws, and a shockwave of golden divine energy shudders through the forest. The lizard's maw opens wide, and its tongue shoots out while it releases a distorted screech and pushes its jaw forward to try and get a bite out of me again. I use all my strength to push against its claws that push against my sword with equal force. We're stuck in a standstill in the air for a fraction of a second, while the intense pulse of energy ripples through the obsidian trees. Even now, I can feel I am at the peak of my strength. If any more time passes, the surge of power from this yellow fruit will be wasted, and I'll lose my chance. Ember knows this too, and turns his entire body to the side to reach out his own claws, using our forward momentum to make contact with the lizard's exposed side. Another pulse of yellow energy ripples through the forest as its protective barrier degrades and long claw marks are left in its flesh. At the same time, its shriek gets louder, and the deadlock between its claws and my sword loosens while it is pushed to the side and behind to squirm with pain from Ember's blow. This leaves me with a single opening, and Ember leans into it while I lunge forward to thrust my gold-coated blade into the slit I created when we attacked it the first time. As the beast flails backward from the pain of Ember's scratch, my sword pierces through the underside of its neck and through its head, leaving a bloody blade visible in its open maw of jagged teeth. I finally let out a yell while Ember stops absorbing my excess energy runoff. Instead, I let it all course through my blade and let the force blow an even larger hole in its skull while we continue to soar past the branch it jumped from. By the time Ember curves our flight downward, the sharpness in the creature's eyes fades, and its constant thrashing slows down. Ember swoops beneath the branch, and we take the same path through the trees and out into the open air to see the clouds again. The deceased lizard's body dissolves on my sword as the intensity of the yellow fruit, its energy fades, and is left behind as a trail of golden threads in our flight path. Both Ember and I now have a small percentage of our bodies and orange cores flowing with these shimmering yellow threads. The large yellow stone that falls from the monster's disappearing corpse marks our first kill and major step of progress toward conquering these dark forests and seeing where they lead to even higher above in this construct. Now that I know how they operate within their territories and have successfully managed to safely consume one of their fruits, I am confident I can do it again. The only real unknown danger that lurks in the back of my mind is the infinite darkness that resides within each of these glossy obsidian trees. Chapter 5, 67. Ember doesn't stop flying through the air for almost half a minute as the final bursts of the yellow fruit wear off. He powers down his full dragon form, and we both float in the open air in our base forms, while staring back at the black forest. My body and mind feel many times sharper than they did just minutes ago, before eating this fruit, but at the same time, I feel a massive wave of exhaustion come over me as my body isn't used to exerting that amount of mental and physical force. It feels like the withdrawal symptoms of the red and orange core. All of my raw, unfiltered senses scream at me to eat the yellow stone resting in my hand that dropped from the lizard's corpse. But I can tell my mind is playing tricks on me. I grit my teeth and let it fall into my item storage. and boost my self-regeneration skill as the feeling of exhaustion and yearning for more yellow energy grows stronger and stronger. A noticeable amount of the perception boost remains in my system even after the majority of the yellow power flows out. I can still sense the weak presence of all of the lizards who try to hide their presence in the trees nearby. I take deep breaths and focus on them lurking in the trees, waiting for more orange-cored insects to fly by. Far off in the distance, I hear the rattling of chains and rock breaking and shifting. Islands are falling down to the ocean below while others are coming back up to this far more populated area. More insects come swarming in. More fruits grow in the trees. Clouds float by, and the wind whistles throughout the endless black forests on each of the islands that grow to reach high into the endless sky. My mind wanders through my surroundings, while my physical functions basically pause, only focusing on a small amount of wind magic to keep me in the air while the rest of my mana and physical functions are being consumed to constantly heal and regrow my rapidly deteriorating flesh and bones. The insects buzz by, and the lizards never leave their islands. The first hour is the worst, but my energy begins to come back, and my fatigue fades soon after, becoming more like a calming meditation. Over 8 hours go by before I feel as if I am at 100% again. And when I open my eyes to look down at my body, it is still filled with traces of yellow tendrils of energy. Ember still floats in the air about 5 meters away beside me, and it seems for the first time I finished my recovery process before him. Absorbing the excess energy must have taken a lot more out of him than wielding a lesser amount did to me. I pull out the yellow fragment from my item storage to take a look at it, and the bright glow and extreme weight on reality it gives off forces me to throw it back into my item storage the next second. It was far less intense when I had it in my hand while still under the influence of that yellow fruit. If I had to guess, it is equal to, if not even more potent than all of the energy I consumed just 8 hours ago. It wouldn't be wise for me to eat this without Ember's help in controlling the runoff. Plus, the most efficient use for a surge in power would be to challenge another lizard creature while I am at my maximum strength. Even with these leftover threads coursing through my muscles and bloodstream, I am still unsure if I could take out one of those monsters in a single blow again without taking advantage of a power surge. Ember wakes up about 4 hours later and voices exactly the same idea. Of course, we'll simulate the strategy we just pulled off. Consuming this stone should be easier now that your body is already somewhat accustomed to the yellow threads. I won't have to absorb as much of the runoff either. Maybe this time we can share it equally. This confirms he did in fact take the majority of the burden, but a faint memory in the back of my mind of silver and golden sparkling energy helping from the most inner part of his core flashes in my mind for a moment. I get the suspicion that this added to his longer recovery time too. He begins to shift into his full dragon form and eyes the forest, so I don't bother to pry more. We have a more important task at hand right now. I pull my sword from my item box, and we enter the forest again in search of another chameleon. Once we find one nearby, guarding its golden fruit, I eat the yellow gem from our last kill, and a surge of power that feels almost identical pulses through me. This time, I am capable of holding even more energy in my body, and far less is siphoned out through my feet. This creates an even denser concentration of threads in my greater form, boosting the power in my sword, and heightening my perception even further to reach far out into many more nearby islands. My soul energy imbued greater form glows golden and slices through the tough outer scales of the lizard we ambush, leaving a deep wound in its side and tearing off 2 of its arms. Ember's claws tear through its neck as well, and the creature shrieks and falls from the tree. We swoop back in to finish the job with a single strike of my blade to collect its stone and the golden fruit it was protecting. Once we leave the trees and power down to conserve energy and undergo the healing and withdrawal process again, it only takes me 5 hours to recover this time. To my surprise, even though I am positive I took on the bulk of the divine energy this time, Ember still takes a few hours longer. Far more tendrils of yellow energy course through both of our bodies now, and his response when he wakes up is an interesting one. We're ready. Both of us will be enhanced this next run. You eat the fragment, I'll take the fruit. You won't have to make contact with me. We can fight the enemy with a more dynamic approach. When we fly back into the forest, I jump off Ember's back before we near the next lizard's branch, and we fly in separate directions to ambush the creature from both sides. I slice a gaping hole through its neck while Ember tears long claw marks through its torso from the opposite direction. The combination of our forceful attacks tears the lizard in half, and we claim its crystal and fruit as a bounty. Once we leave the forest for safety again, it takes less than 3 hours for both of us to recover. My vision gets clearer, my senses are sharper, and the orange aura around me is now tinted yellow. Even without turning on any of my buffs or perception skills, I feel all of the enemies within dozens of kilometers around me. My air steps through this construct feel so light and easy, yet powerful and destructive. Days pass as we continue to farm lizards, completely annihilating every single one that lurks in the bottom few kilometers of the forest on this island. Ember and I manage over 30 kills and absorb every one of their fruits and stones before targeting the next one. The resting time we need in between fights falls to less than 15 minutes, and my aura has turned almost completely yellow-golden. As we fly upward to reach one of the nearby islands to go hunting again, it feels like the full power of the aura that surged out of me during my first fruit consumption is active at all times. I feel as if I am aware of everything within the yellow domain, filled with threads that pulse from my body. Although every time I use this power to become stronger and boost my perception, some of the yellow threads that could be aiding the growth of my core are expelled, it is such a minimal amount compared to the gains I get from killing the next lizard. By the time the lower layer of the next island is completely cleared out, the surges of yellow energy stay in my system long enough that I can store fragments and fruits in my item storage for later while taking out my yellow-cored prey in a single slice. Ember and I even split up and farm the island separately as more days pass. My strength grows more and more, and my aura of perception does too, reaching out hundreds of kilometers in my greater form now, showing me many more islands both above me and off in every direction. Both of us eat hundreds of yellow fragments and fruits, and I store far more in my item storage as I end up speeding through entire islands before a surge runs out. Eventually, it gets to the point where eating a fragment hardly changes anything. There is just a tiny feeling of progress that I get every time, so I continue to push through. My core still remains orange, and every moment that I am not eating fragments or fruits, I am losing small amounts of yellow threads. My entire body, mind, and being is saturated with the energy. This is far more than I ever had to do for the orange or red awakening. But I can tell there is a very rewarding end in sight. Not only is the amount of energy needed to complete this process alarming, the amount of time it is taking is too. I've spent over a week working on my yellow core, meaning my time in this construct is about 3/4 of the way over. Ember and I both know this. So we clear out the densest populations of lizards in the bases of islands and multitask by continuing to absorb energy and climb upward. The further up we climb, the more densely packed the islands get. And there are even some obsidian forests that merge together and their black branches and trees combine to push higher into the sky. Whenever I get close to the branches or their trunks, the feeling of extreme danger still rushes through my psyche. Even with my recent increases in strength, my intuition still screams at me not to touch the trees. Not only this, but the temperature of the construct gets hotter the further up we travel too. More stray threads of orange and yellow divine energy float through the air, making it easier to siphon extra energy just by breathing. But it also makes me wonder where it is coming from. Every once in a while, it appears like there is a glimmer of a bright green thread intertwined with some of the yellow stray tendrils. However, every time I fly over to try and look at them up close, they always fade out of existence, making me wonder if it is just my mind playing tricks. The lizards glow brighter yellow in these higher trees, and their overall strength and speed increases slightly. However, my own power has been rising too, so I hardly notice. Eventually, the pressure in my body from absorbing the yellow cores hits its breaking point, and both Ember and I float down to the outer edge of a nearby island to allow it to take place. We absorb even more fragments and fruits, and let the energy flow through us while solely focusing on regenerating our bodies and staying conscious. It is similar to the red core awakening that enhanced my senses and base stats to a great degree, intertwining with my skills, and it is also similar to the orange core awakening, weaving itself into my muscles and bones to make my body unbreakable. However, it pushes everything to a much more extreme level. It intertwines me with the threads themselves, making my mind one with the environment around me. My body becomes even heavier, bending the space that I interact with, but also gives my muscles a surge of strength to counteract this and make me feel as light as a feather on my feet. My mind evolves too, grasping the capability to touch, perceive, and manipulate matter a great distance away, as long as the divine energy is part of my aura. A pulse of yellow energy comes from my forehead as I open my glowing yellow eyes, and I finally see this construct through the gaze of a fully awakened yellow core. I take in a gasp of fresh air and stand to my feet, then look up toward the sky. My gaze spreads out through my new reality, seeing the lizards and the floating islands with much more depth. However, I freeze when I notice what is making the air so dense with excess divine threads, and the environment so hot up here. In the furthest point of my newest enhanced senses, I finally feel where the tops of the obsidian trees end. Above them, a pair of enormous green eyes stare down at me, filled with no malice, but pure curiosity. Chapter 5, 68. Two bright green eyes, larger than the islands themselves, look down at me from the sky. They're in the far corners of my perception, so it is hard to see the entire picture, but it looks as if an enormous serpent floats high in the sky, unmoving and unblinking. Its body trails off higher than I can perceive, and the part that I can see stretches for kilometers and looks to be semi-transparent, made entirely out of green tendrils of divine energy. It looks like I am staring up at a massive hologram of a monster, but the extreme pressure and heat that radiate off of it tell me this is certainly not an illusion. Seconds pass, turning into minutes as I continue to stare upward, and the massive green eyes just curiously watch back. I assume whatever this is, it has always been here. Just now, my perception has grown enough to see it. Ember stares up at it too, then speaks up. It won't attack. Higher life forms with green cores awakened don't fear beings with physical bodies. We can climb to get a closer view, but don't expect it to even interact with us at our current strength. The longer I stare up at its unmoving gaze, Ember's words make more and more sense. I eventually reply while we both fly up to the next island to continue our lizard farming to collect as many cores and fruits as we can on our way up. Even though now we aren't eating any more, as our yellow cores are fully saturated. Even if it won't reply, I still want to get a closer look. We continue upward, killing hundreds more lizards hopping island to island over the next few hours. Some of the black forests on nearby islands finally stop growing into the sky, and we can see their tops. Taking this into account, I come to realize the black forests were actually absorbing stray red, orange, and yellow divine threads, filtering the air and making it far easier to combat the growing pressure. The air gets thicker and hotter, packed far more densely with yellow threads of divine energy. More and more green threads fill the air too. But no matter what I do, whenever I try to reach out to touch one, it just phases through my fingers. As I fly through the air, any green threads that touch me just flow through me as well, not showing any signs of being manipulated by my aura. The sheer number of islands thins out more and more too as we get higher, until eventually there is only a single one left. It stands high in the sky above all the others, and its obsidian forest is the thickest and densest of them all. With no other trees on nearby islands to compete for energy, this forest has bloomed and grown the highest into the sky. All of the lizards on this island are glowing bright yellow. It is as if they're saturated with far more energy, and their auras stretch out much further than the monsters on the islands below. Even so, we cut them down all the same and continue the climb upward. Continuing to consume fragments isn't necessary at all now, as my saturated core continuously collects yellow threads from the air inside my aura to regenerate anything it has lost. But every few kills up at this height, I still swallow a fragment whenever I get the chance. It gives me a slight surge of power that counteracts the pressure and heat that are starting to take a toll on my body and mind. It feels like the gravity up here has increased by a noticeable amount. The heat feels like it could easily boil water, too. More and more threads of green divine energy fill the air as we climb higher and higher. It feels like an intimidation skill is being sent out from the creature in the sky at a constant rate, and there is nothing I can do but push forward and bear it. Even though since the first time I saw its bright green eyes, we've traveled upward over 100 kilometers higher into the sky, it feels like we've gotten even further away because of the intense mental and physical pressure it is pushing on us now. Even if we've physically cleared half the distance between us, it feels as though we've hardly even taken the first step. Finally, the end of the final black forest approaches, and both Ember and I float in the air in our greater and dragon forms above the blooming branch that absorbs all of the energy in the atmosphere around it, and slowly grows a new leaf before my eyes while slowly reaching higher into the sky at a rate of a few centimeters. Per M Inute. My yellow aura is exceptionally dense from oversaturating my core with extra stones. So even though I float about a dozen meters away from the top of the tree, it begins to absorb some of the residual yellow threads that leak off of me. Instead of the plain stray threads, the tree gets an energy-packed dose of air. Its speed of growth increases for a moment, and out from the new leaves that grow in seconds before my eyes, a tiny golden fruit starts to form. I notice it immediately but don't move away, letting it absorb more of my aura's residue out of curiosity. The longer I wait, the more the tree grows higher into the sky, and the larger the golden fruit becomes. Once a full minute has passed, and the tree grows multiple meters higher into the sky, I air step back while I come to the conclusion that a large amount of the energy that I just lost is stored inside the golden fruit, that continues to grow even now while I think about it. It only grew to about the size of my real body's palm. But if I made close-up contact with the black leaves or branch that grows higher now, I am sure it would take my energy at a much faster rate. These black trees are like parasites, leeching off the energy in their environment and luring new things nearby with a large percentage of the energy captured from their previous prey. The lizards that lurk within them seem to have a hunting relationship, allowing the trees to siphon some of their energy while using the fruits created to lure the orange-cored insects nearby to feed on them. They can catch hundreds of insects while eating their own fruits in the process, gaining large amounts of divine energy, and only sacrificing some of the net gains to the trees they use as cover. It is an interesting system. But even so, my enhanced senses, using my all-seeing eye intertwined with the energy of an oversaturated yellow core, can't even look into the depths of these trees. There is still an unknown factor of how it all works that makes me shudder at the thought of touching it again. Ember comments on the trees as we fly higher into the sky together. I've never seen an organism quite like it. Unlike the monsters and regular matter in this construct, I don't think this one is native. While it may be dangerous, it would be quite useful to have one of those back in the human world. You know, divine energy is everywhere. It is just very hard to gather it all in one place. Gears begin spinning in my head as we fly off into the open empty sky above toward the mountain-sized snakehead staring down at us. I nod and reply as I realize what he means. You want to take a tree back with us? He laughs as we soar further upward. If we get the chance after meeting the Overseer, it wouldn't be the worst idea without any of the natural air-filtering perks of flying by the dense pockets of forest. The aura of the green snake in the sky hits us with its full force, getting hotter and thicker at a much faster rate than before. It feels as if the gravity and heat are doubling every additional kilometer we move into the sky. My air steps are getting less powerful, and my breathing gets heavy. I channel all of the yellow threads in my aura into my greater form and buffs. But the pressure that feels like a constant wave of green divine intimidation is more powerful than anything I've ever felt or believed was possible. For a monster to produce, it is like I am fighting against a reversed magnet, and the pressure is on not only my body but my mind. It feels like a fire is being lit in my psyche the closer I push. It can be calmed by eating extra yellow fragments for a few seconds at a time, but the distance between myself and the serpent in the sky is still extremely vast. The monstrosity doesn't react at all to my futile struggles. It just looks down at me with curious eyes, unchanged from the first time I perceived it. I have a mental battle with myself for another hour, barely making it through another kilometer into the sky, staring up at the beast until its unchanging expression is all I see in my mind, whether my own eyes are closed or not. I am able to continue moving higher with Ember flapping his wings at the same rate by my side, but our speed has slowed significantly. We slow even more with every passing second. I even try to send out pulses of my own intimidation, aura and crescents of soul energy into the thick air to carve pathways through the atmosphere. But they also travel far slower in this immense pressure and heat. None of my attempts at piercing through this suffocating aura make it even another kilometer into the air. They all disappear and fade into the thick aura of green divine energy that surrounds us. It nullifies all of my futile attempts, and any physical contact I make with the threads don't register in my senses. Other than the intense gravity, heat, and mental pressure, this is seemingly all just an illusion. Now that I've made it this far and closed the gap between us even further, the small distance I still have to travel seems like it is going to be nearly impossible. The difficulty of this last leg of the journey upward has become far more difficult than I first assumed. Chapter 569. It feels like the harder I focus on staying conscious, the more my mind is forced to concentrate on less and less around me. At the same time, the pure physical pressure of the air high up in the sky here forces my aura to shrink down the higher I climb. My whole body inside my greater form is sweating and shaking to push onward, and I can see Ember's wing movements are severely slowing as well. The pure gravity alone that pushes down on me feels almost 50 times heavier than it did in the atmosphere down near the top of the tree. It is causing pain to move even a single meter forward. However, we do, for multiple hours longer, nearly making it a few more kilometers and hitting a mental wall once we make it to roughly 24 kilometers away. The force pressing down on us is so great that even my telepathic link with Ember is taking longer than usual to bounce back and forth. I continue to consume yellow fragments and fruits on our way up too, as it gives me an extra few seconds of less intense mental and physical attacks. But it just comes back even harder once the effects wear off. It gets to the point where it feels like I am making more progress by not eating extra gems because I have to constantly get used to the extra pressure once they wear off. Bearing the constant stress and pushing through feels more doable, and fewer excess fragments are wasted too. Ember's voice comes through our link, giving his thoughts. This may be our limit. With less than a week remaining inside this construct, I don't believe it is possible for us to make it any further. I stare up at the unmoving expression of the green serpent and let out a frustrated yell just to make the pain on my mind and body lessen for a moment, so I can concentrate to calmly reply back to Ember. We only have one chance to make it to the top, don't we? You said it yourself, opportunities like this are not common. Even now, staring up at the eyes of a higher life form, there are seemingly infinite tendrils of purple energy even higher in the sky that make up this entire construct. Before, I felt like its curious gaze was pointed right at me. But the longer I stare into the snake's enormous eyes, I realize it is just looking down at the entire construct as a whole. I am as interesting to it as any of the other lizards in the forest, insects jumping on chains, or birds flying up cliffs in this small world. I am positive that this serpent isn't the end, but just a gatekeeper to hold back weaker beings like us. Ember grins at my remark, takes a moment to pause and think, then replies again. I do have an idea that may get its attention. However, I cannot predict how it will react afterward. I want to turn my head to look toward him, but the air pressure and strength used to do so would not be worth the hassle. So, I respond through our link again, while air stepping forward another meter, while absorbing the MP from handfuls of mana crystals. What is it? We either try it or give up, and I really don't want to have come all this way to just turn back now. He responds as the pink gems dissolve in an instant, and he flaps his wings again to match my air steps' travel distance. I'll have to use energy from my immortal core. My eyes widen as all the vague images of him using silver and golden energy these last few weeks come rushing back to me. Even now, as I try to expand my perception, Ember is within my aura, but whenever my mind tries to comprehend what is in the center of his core, my attention floats away from it like an unknown invisible hand is pushing me away. However, the fact that Ember verbally brought it to my attention keeps me focused on the topic for far longer. I don't respond, but Ember continues. It is the same energy I used to create our limiters before entering the exams. Building up my new body's core from scratch these past few weeks has given me more of my power back. But to use enough to part the mental pressure of a higher life form in this body will not be an easy feat. I'll need to rest again afterward. It may take weeks or months. I am not sure how long, but I do know I won't be able to continue fighting with you in this construct if we try to pull this off. I air step upward again, eating another yellow fragment to temporarily relieve the mental and physical pressure on myself to respond. Are you sure about this? It is safe? The edges of his lips turn up, and I watch him give a slight shrug of his wings even though it is horribly wasteful to be using movements like that at these pressures. It will be safe. Sure, I'll enter your item storage until we get back to a safe place to rest. And for you? Well, if a higher life form tries to kill you, there is nothing you can do about it. We'll be kicked from the construct if you die. If it decides not to kill you, the rewards will be worth the risk. The worst case scenario here is you fail the B-class exams for exiting the construct early. I wanted to talk with the creator myself, but it seems my wishes were a bit far-fetched. As he finishes this remark, the effects of the gem I just ate already begin to wear off, and the full force of this serpent's mental energy hits me again. I grit my teeth and reply, let's do it. Over the next few minutes, Ember outlines a concise plan while we stand in place in the sky. He moves to position himself in front of me, and we start to travel upward again, while consuming as many yellow fragments and fruits as we can handle. While before, they were just being used as a mental and physical break, now we use them to continuously supercharge our auras, not letting the effects wear off at all before taking another one. My mind starts to clear up and be less filled with pressure and fog, while my air steps are getting quicker, and my aura is able to expand slightly too. However, we've moved so much closer inward that the moment I stop eating fragments, the pressure all around me will collapse, and I am certain I won't be able to withstand it in my natural state. Ember leads the charge, and we close the distance between us again, now floating less than 10 kilometers away from the serpent's nose. Its gaze is unchanged, and the pressure that beats down on me now is unbearable. Even while being boosted by a new yellow fragment every 30 to 60 seconds, it is even worse than it was before, because we're at even closer range. It feels like I am swimming upward in a pool of thick, hardening cement. It is difficult to even breathe, and the pressure now is making my ears ring and bleed. Finally, Ember's voice echoes in my inner ear. We're close enough. It is happening now. I pull my sword from my item storage and eat another Yellowstone while focusing straight ahead to watch a burst of silver and golden light come from Ember's chest. My vision is fuzzy, and it is hard to even perceive what is beyond my small aura because of the thickness of the green divine energy that surrounds me on all sides. However, there is a burst of energy that erupts from Ember's mouth, and in the same moment, I watch him revert to his human form after the energy is expelled. I open my item storage to have him fall into my white spatial magic as he falls from the sky at rapid speeds being pushed by the green pressure. Once he disappears into my storage, I continue pushing forward as instructed and begin to charge up my blade with all of the soul energy I have left in me. I focus on the feeling I learned while putting up the barrier around the Crimson City to empty my entire body of energy, and every bit that is funneled through my arms into my greater form's blade is intertwined with the golden yellow threads that burst out of my core from being repeatedly oversaturated. While we fly higher, I finally air step into the position where Ember was just moments ago, and gasp for a breath as the pressure around me completely vanishes. I can't believe what I am feeling. My body feels light again, and my vision comes back to me. There is a thin circular tunnel carved out into the green aura where Ember's attack from before was shot out. It was too far away for me to perceive in the moment. But now that I am looking at its aftermath, my eyes are open in awe. A clean shot is open to me through the green divine aura. It is not very wide, but it makes its way all the way to the nose of the serpent in the sky. Every millisecond, I wait admiring this pathway. The outer edges of the green threads are moving back together to meet each other to become one again. I have a single shot at this. So without thinking about it any further, I release every drop of energy I can into a crescent of soul energy, intertwined with the divine energy excess of dozens of yellow fragments. I let out a yell that echoes through the small tunnel in space that reaches the serpent. The instant, the attack, and a mythic-grade Screech-empowered scream leave my body. I feel a rush of cold chi, mana, and divine energy withdrawal hit me all at once. My chi stores have hit 0 again. My mana is dangerously low, and the excess divine energy has all been expelled too. The crescent rockets through the open air, untouched by the green aura that slowly collapses toward it. The yellow crescent grows in size as it rockets upward far faster than I can airstep. In the back of my mind, I already feel the green aura closing in behind me. I've done my job. That was the strongest attack I could have thrown, and the loudest yell I had in my lungs. Ember created the opening, and now the attack is set to hit its target. If I turn back to try and re-enter the green energy around me, it will simply be too strong for me to withstand. I'll either be crushed, torn to shreds by the pressure, or thrown downward into the endless sky. Whatever the case may be, I don't want it to happen until I see if the monster reacts to my strike. The faster I airstep into the sky, the quicker it seems to be collapsing in on itself behind me, and the sides too. I have to retract my aura more and more, because the portions of it that touch the green walls that close in on me are being absorbed and destroyed on contact. I even have to revert back into my human form as the tunnel of open air gets too small. I cover my body in the thickest condensed aura of yellow divine energy I can muster just around my core, head, and heart. Then, finally, I watch the attack I threw make contact with the tip of the creature's nose. My eyes widen as it passes right through, like it is hitting nothing, and dissolves into the enormous, massive energy form of the Overseer. It doesn't make a sound or disrupt the creature's endless, curious gaze at all. I am swallowed by the dense green divine threads on all sides in the next second, disappearing into its aura, just like my attack. Chapter 570. The last image that is etched into the back of my mind as the green divine energy completely covers my body is the enormous mouth of the serpent before me, open wide. I can't tell if it is the mental and physical pressure from the green aura around me that rattles my mind, or the ear-piercing hiss that comes out of the creature's mouth. It feels like a dream. My body is pressed inward by the pressure as if mountain-sized anvils are pushing toward me on every surface of my body. The vibrating hissing noise in my mind increases in intensity every millisecond that passes. The feeling of being repelled by a planet-sized magnet comes back, and I am forcefully expelled downward as my skin and muscles are compressed, torn, melted, and shredded at a microscopic level from every side. I allow a constant flow of mana crystals to surround me, falling out of my item storage, and have to rely on the intuitive properties of my skills intertwining with the yellow divine energy that covers my vitals. It is intertwined with my plunderer skill to keep my MP stores from hitting 0 like my chi, allowing me to continue regenerating my body where the pressure destroys it. However, the intrinsic properties of my absorption skill are activated as well. My brain is functioning on autopilot to survive the pressures, and it reverts back to what is the most natural state for the highest rate of survival in this scenario. It is similar to the process I used while flying over the battlefield to defeat the Dark One's army, absorbing everything around me in order to withstand this dire situation. All of the abilities I have at my fingertips meld together to create a thick yellow glowing aura around my body. Regardless of all my attempts to push it away, green divine energy flows through me and tears me apart. But with every passing moment, I am pushed further down, and the pressure lifts more and more. That instance of pure autopilot is the worst it will get. I let out a distorted, half-conscious laugh. The moment the pressure lifts enough for me to realize I survived, and my vocal cords are regenerated enough to even form a noise, the weight of what feels like hundreds of hours of high-intensity mental attacks all washes over my psyche, once my brain realizes it is safe enough to let up. The moment my echoing laugh ceases, I fall into a deep sleep while my body continues to plummet through the endless sky. The large mass of mana crystals I released floats around me, and I continue to subconsciously absorb their energy to heal my body as I plummet down out of the densest portion of the green divine aura. The image of the serpent hissing is the only thing left plastered in my mind, even now as I am unconscious, falling through the sky. It is impossible to know for sure if it was all an illusion or not in my current mental state. 2. As my body slowly falls through the sky, the serpent's hiss echoes throughout the entire construct. All of the floating islands in the sky shake, their chains rattle. The endless ocean, the metal chains fall into creates massive waves, and even the cliffside and lush forest below shake lightly similar to a small earthquake. In a fluid motion, the serpent's eyes point downward to focus on the object that just interrupted its peace. Then, it closes its mouth and turns its head. The entire length of the creature is visible in the sky as it turns around and shows the hundreds of kilometers of shimmering green scales. The sky is just slightly visible behind it, as the monster is transparent, completely made of densely packed green divine threads. It slithers upward in a graceful manner and disappears into the sky as my body continues to fall, not being propelled by any external factors. And with the natural wind pressure still pushing up on me despite the intense push from the serpent's aura, it still takes several hours to fall back down to where the obsidian forest of the highest island in the sky comes into view. By now, healing the flesh of my body from the external forces and the natural decay from even my yellow divine energy use isn't too tough of a task. I am far out of the danger zone, and my passive use of my skills is more than enough to keep me alive. However, there is a different unforeseen issue that has made itself known from the use of Mythic Grade Plunderer, an activation of Absorption's raw traits intertwined with my yellow core while my entire body was fully saturated by green divine energy. An odd phenomenon has occurred. The green tendrils of seemingly holographic divine energy are now intertwined in my flesh and have even seeped into my yellow core. Instead of disappearing from existence the moment I touch the tendrils, my aura and body have started to react with the material. This could be perceived as a good sign, giving me a pathway to the new core evolution. However, my body is rejecting the divine threads at a cellular level. All of the flesh that is attached to these tendrils has a much harder time regenerating quickly, and some portions of my flesh have stopped almost entirely, leaving open holes with nothing but a green aura in its place. By the time I fall into the jet black forest, the effects from the green tendrils that are slowly collecting and taking over my body have reached a critical stage. It looks as if all of the threads are deteriorating my arms, legs, and abdomen while slowly flowing toward my core. Meanwhile, I am still fast asleep, mentally recovering from the shock of the creature's hiss and peacefully dissolving cell by cell while falling through the branches of the obsidian forest, not hitting a single one. __. I wake up from a loud crashing sound as my body hits the rocky ground of the island in the heart of the obsidian forest, full of hungry trees. The physical pain of falling dozens of kilometers down to hit the ground isn't as bad as the burning sensation that fills my mind and body as the realization of what is happening to me all floods into my mind. My entire aura is glowing bright green, and I can see through my skin and bones as they're constantly trying to regenerate. But the foreign green tendrils of energy that surround me make it harder and harder to do so each time. Millions of MP worth of mana crystals fall all around me like it is raining as they were. What I last pulled from my item storage, and my mind starts to think of as many ideas as I can to solve this problem. I consider using a teleportation crystal to bring myself back to the start of the construct to try and escape. But I can't think of any way that would help my situation at all. It would just put me in more danger than I am in now. The only one capable of giving me advice in this scenario is also out cold. Less than a second has passed in Ember's perception, as he is still held in my item storage in suspended animation. However, he too is already fast asleep and will need months inside an isolation pod to recover. I pull out handfuls of yellow fragments and fruits that I have left over, eating a few, feeling a surge of energy, but nothing stops the green tendrils from spreading further and further. It gets to the point where I fall to my knees as the pain is becoming so unbearable as the threads try to overtake my entire body. Instead of the empowering feeling I got from the red, orange, and yellow gems, this one feels much different. It feels like it is going to take something away from me if I allow it to take control. Every moment I wait for it to complete its process is a moment that brings me closer to losing my body like the serpent in the sky. Whatever immense power it may grant isn't worth giving up my body, and possibly even my mind if I don't have the control to regenerate what it takes away. I slow my breathing and continue to let my thoughts run wild, coming up with possible ideas and scenarios in my head, burning through MP, even restoring my chi with a handful of pills and attempting to counteract the threads with soul energy. But nothing works. Every time I use any portion of power, it actually speeds up the process. More portions of my physical body fade away, and a green aura is all that is left in its place, showing a version of myself as a pure energy being that I am not ready to convert to on a whim. I am covered in sweat, breathing heavily, and lying face down in the dirt after another failed experiment with only one option left on my mental list. I let out a groggy whisper while dragging myself closer to the nearest trunk of an obsidian tree. This is my only choice. I wanted to control this power, but maybe I am just not capable of wielding it yet. I smirk and place my deteriorated open palm on the base of the tree to feel an endless, black, hungry void reply to my whisper. The cold feeling, like losing a large amount of blood, washes over me instantly. I want to take my hand off, but the visual of the green tendrils being ripped from my flesh and drained into the darkness of the tree keeps me from doing so. I take a gasp of air as the pull from the endless void gets stronger and stronger. I watch more green threads be torn from my body. It feels both painful and satisfying at the same time. While I am positive, I am losing access to an indescribable power of a higher life form. Vitality rushes back into my body, and mind as my self-regeneration skill finally activates to its full potential again, and begins mending my muscles and bones where the green energy is removed. I can't tell if the entire process takes a single second or a full hour. All I know is when I rip my hand away from the tree and fall on my back to let out a groan, my entire body feels as good as new, and there isn't a single drop of green energy left in my core or flesh. While I recollect my thoughts, activate enemy detection, and try to figure out where I am and what is going on now that I have a clear mind. A new low-hanging branch grows from the base of the tree near where my hand pressed a moment ago. On the very end of it, an enormous green fruit forms, holding nearly all of the compressed divine energy that was forcefully ripped out of me. Chapter 571. I stare up at the large green glowing fruit for a few minutes in awe as vitality streams back into me. A large aura of vibrant green tendrils of divine energy flows off the fruit itself and begins seeping into the atmosphere. Only now can I visualize how much of that green aura I really absorbed while falling through the sky. I hear movement in the trees above as some of the yellow-cored lizards, hiding high in the trees, start to move downward toward my vicinity. At the same time, buzzing in the trees and nearby islands also signifies the fact that hundreds of insects are flying my way, attracted to this energy-rich divine fruit. While they all creep, jump, and fly through the trees toward me, I stand to my feet feeling both immensely sore head to toe, but also oddly rejuvenated and refreshed. Those few hours of sleep I had while falling were the first shoot-eye I've had in weeks. Even though I was battling for my life during that rest, it still invigorates me and makes me feel as though I am even stronger than I was before challenging that serpent in the sky to notice me. I expand my perception as dozens of creatures close in and pick up quite a few readings that are rather shocking to see. The first and most noticeable is the fact that high above the construct where the curious eyes of the overseer used to watch, there is now nothing but endless open sky. It is gone, meaning whatever Ember managed to do with his mysterious silver and golden energy, combined with the attack I threw, definitely got this beast's attention. Even after it is left, there is still a thick green aura left in its place that blocks any lower life forms from crossing its threshold in the sky. I grin with excitement, as it was not all in vain. The second thing I notice is that when the lizards and insects that creep toward me collide with the glowing green aura of divine threads coming off the newly grown fruit, they're completely unaffected. The creatures' bodies react just like mine, showing the threads of shimmering green light phase through them like they're trying to touch holograms. I easily jump upward and pull out my blade to cut through them, all in single slashes. Now, not even using my greater form, my aura feels so much more refined and capable of weaving itself into my fire magic and soul energy. I am unsure if it is just the fact that I've had some quality rest, or if filtering that green divine energy increased my energy control output to an alarming degree. As the corpses of hundreds of insects and dozens of lizards pile around the glowing green fruit, I come to the conclusion that it is most likely a bit of both. The longer I stay here, the more creatures become attracted to the green aura protruding from the fruit. It is like moths all coming toward a lone flame. All I have to do is sit back and wait for more prey to arrive. While testing out my new heightened reflexes, energy output, and easy use of my fully awakened yellow core, hours pass and hundreds of fragments are farmed. Some of the corpses fall and make contact with the trees, having them absorb their energy while I am busy fighting other monsters. Many yellow and orange fruits begin to form on the branches nearby too. It only creates more chain reactions of the beacon of energy getting larger and more monsters coming by to try and get their fill. Their fragments all pile up in a circle, and I collect them into my item storage occasionally. It isn't until a few hours in that I realize a third and most important difference. Every time I get within range of the green fruit is aura. Instead of the divine threads passing through me like a hologram or disappearing from existence, they're absorbed into my body just like red, orange, and yellow threads. It is a very minimal amount, so there isn't much more pain than pinpricks, and the rate at which it slows my regeneration speed is negligible. I only really notice after a while when it builds up enough for me to have to press my hand against the trunk of the same tree to rid myself of these dangerous fibers. The infinite darkness of the void happily takes my green threads from me, and seconds later starts to devour even my yellow divine energy too. But I tear my hand away from the tree before it goes too far. The green fruit slightly grows, and a tiny yellow fruit starts to form on a new branch nearby. My mind races at what the meaning of all this can be. My body has definitely changed. For some reason, after withstanding that hiss and total body destruction from the serpent's aura, I am now able to physically touch these green threads. None of the other yellow-cored creatures in the forest can do the same. The thought that rises to the height of my mind is that my absorption skill, weaving itself with divine energy during a near-death experience, has allowed me to alter my being, adapting to the environment in order to mutate and survive. Another option could just be the fact that I was saturated with such a high purity of divine energy up close to a higher life form. The last thought that comes to mind is the serpent's hiss and image it imprinted on my psyche wasn't just a result of stress in the situation, but an actual technique created to allow my core or mind to now process its energy. None of my theories are provable or more likely than the others. For now, they're just random thoughts in my mind as I stare up at the sky. Even if I am able to use this energy now, I am not prepared to give up my physical body in order to wield it. Still, given the opportunity I have now, it would be in my best interest to collect as much of this energy as I can for a later date once I am able to control it. I smirk and cut the green fruit from the branch to let it fall into my item storage. In a swift upward motion, I open more storage portals while sending yellow wind blades all through the nearby forest to collect all of the remaining fruits and fragments ready for harvest. Then, I fly high into the sky on a single mission. I soar past the tops of the trees and back into the thick green aura of divine threads. Immediately, I activate Plunderer and Absorption, just as I did before, while keeping my self-regeneration skill at full blast while air-stepping further and further into the dense aura left behind by the mighty serpent. I don't fly quite as high this time. The bone-crushing pressure isn't necessary to follow out the procedure I am attempting. All I really need is to be present inside dense pockets of green divine energy to let it seep into my body just as it did before, in just a few minutes. As I am actively allowing and forcing this energy into myself, I start to watch my skin, muscles, and bones fade away just like they did before. The portions that are unable to regenerate back are left with just a bright green aura version of my body. It feels extremely hot, and the pinpricks evolve into scorching pain just like before. This time, however, I am in control. Once it gets to be too much, I start my descent down, air-stepping out of the denser portion of aura and back down toward the black tree. It isn't as slow as free-falling, but it still takes quite a while to make my way back down to the tip of the tallest tree. I take a deep breath, then grab onto the highest branch, letting it absorb all of the extra accumulated green threads. Just like before, they're ripped from my body, and I am able to regenerate my flesh once again. The same wave of exhaustion, yet rejuvenation hits me as I watch another massive green, glowing fruit form from an extremely fast-growing black branch. It rockets upward over 20 meters higher into the air in less than a minute. I cut the fully formed fruit from its branch and let it fall into my inventory. As I fly back upward toward the cloud of divine energy again, its fluttering glossy leaves look like they're waving a thank you to me as they continue to grow. Over the next 3 days, I repeat this process over and over. I saturate my body with as many green threads as I possibly can before the pain becomes too unbearable and they don't get too critically close to my core, then air step down to let the hungry tree take the energy out of my body with ease. It grows dozens of meters higher every time I come back. And in exchange, I receive another enormous energy-packed glowing fruit. I collect over 60 green fruits in total. Every time I go through the process of nearly turning into an energy form and having its threads torn out of me, it feels as if I am doing billions of MP worth of mana control training. I am covered with sweat once every process is done, and the fatigue that comes with it builds up more and more over time. At the same time, my connection with divine energy gets greater and greater, making my efficiency at wielding the yellow energy intertwined with my skills grow significantly as well. I feel multiple times more efficient than I did when I first awakened my core, possibly even at a magnitude of 10. With all this constant training, my body and mind does tire, but it is just another day of work for me. I only have a few days left in this construct, so every hour that I put in counts. I'll rest once I am done farming at maximum efficiency. As my eyes threaten to close, and all I want to do is lie down and sleep. This motto continues to repeat in my head while I let another green fruit fall into my item storage. Once I airstep upward to make my way toward the sky again, following the same routine, I feel a massive shift in the air pressure. It feels as if the temperature in the entire construct rises a few degrees. A long ringing sound begins to vibrate through the air, and from the outer reaches of my perception, I notice an impossibly fast orb of cyan-colored light rushing my way. I don't even get a full heartbeat to process everything, and try to move out of the way before the light blue flash of light grows larger and larger, then is right in front of me. It is a massive orb of light blue energy, the exact same color as the cyan crystal that opened the rift into this construct. Before I can even blink, the orb splits in half, opening itself up and then closing again around me. The orb itself is maybe 30 meters in diameter, and its walls are no more than a meter thick. The moment it shuts around me, it stops moving entirely. Inside, the air feels exactly the same as it did moments ago outside, unaffected by the blue divine energy making contact with it other than some visual ripples in space. The light blue energy pulses once, then starts to float upward slowly. To my utter surprise, I move upward with it as well. I am not air-stepping to change my direction, and it doesn't even feel like I am moving at all. To all my senses other than sight, it feels as if I am stationary, just floating naturally in the sky. However, the island of black trees below me is getting further away, so I am positive I am moving. As my eyes dart around the orb and I activate my greater form to get even more enhanced perception buffs, I try to find a weakness to this contraption. Or at the very least, figure out what exactly is going on. Less than 3 seconds later, the eyes of the green serpent appear high above in the sky. It slithers downward, getting larger and larger every second that passes. On its back, there are 2 cyan-colored armored knights with long shields and spears. They're impossibly massive as well. Dozens of kilometers tall, effortlessly riding the serpent downward, emotionlessly staring forward as they plummet toward me. I can visually see their light blue auras being condensed around their bodies, and the green serpent brings its own cloud of divine threads down with it too, as it hisses loudly again, and it doesn't stop its descent toward me. Another few seconds pass, and I float upward high enough that it appears I am going to be right above the serpent's flight path, but it looks like it doesn't have any plan to stop or change direction. The massive snake's head passes below me, less than 10 kilometers away, and a dense wave of its green divine threads fills the air. I am too shocked at everything going on around me to even be scared of the pressure that I'd be under if I were to come in contact with these threads. I just gently continue to float upward, and the green threads are pushed away by the cyan barrier that surrounds me on all sides. My eyes do widen as the two knights on the serpent's back raise their spears and their blue aura connects with the orb I am held floating in, and my momentum changes to bring me along for the ride like a tractor beam. The serpent's nose crashes head first into the base of the highest floating island in the sky as if it didn't even notice it was there. Like a speck of dirt being hit by an airplane, it is obliterated instantly. Rock fractures into dust. Its chain falls down into the depths of the endless sky, and countless black obsidian trees are uprooted and scattered through the air. Chapter 572. Seconds later, there is another loud crash and explosion as the serpent's downward momentum hits another island's base. Then, another and another. Before my eyes, a path of destruction is created through the sky. Some of the islands begin to crack and disintegrate even before the monster hits them. The sheer, overwhelming pressure of its green aura obliterates everything in sight. I am held high in the sky in a blue orb of light, like a tiny lightning bug shimmering between the city-sized cyan-colored armored guards on the serpent's back. It doesn't even seem real. The serpent's flight path starts to turn upward, but it takes the destruction of over 10 more islands before we begin to angle up into the sky again. Its impossibly long body follows its head, but the downward momentum still takes out a few more entire islands while it turns completely. As the thousands of black trees fall into the endless sky below, I see them all begin to change in color. The moment they're hit, none of them break or even sway under the pressure. They're all as rigid as stone. However, once they're in freefall, each island appears to have a small black glossy orb at their centers connected to the chains that connect to the sea below as their mass is disrupted. And these small cores fall with the broken chains. Many of the black trees, whose roots were seemingly siphoning life from these cores, start to have altered appearances when they're separated from the source. The trees turn gray, then white. When they collide in the air, they break apart like fragile glass and are blown away in the wind, just like the fragments of rock from the islands. The only thing that stays in a perfectly solid state as it falls away and out of my perception is one black glossy orb per island. My best guess, looking at the site before me, is that each forest was really just a single organism growing from one central core. However, at these high speeds and in this chaotic atmosphere, I can't exactly discern what is going on. Ember's words about how taking one of these trees out of the construct would be a profitable idea come to mind. I attempt to activate my spatial magic at long range to let one fall into my storage, but I can't seem to activate any magic outside of the blue dome I am trapped in. They're most likely all falling into the sea below, so if I have the chance, I can go swimming to find them eventually. However, the more I think about the likelihood of this happening, the reality of this situation really sinks in. The serpent's head points to the sky, and we move upward at impossible speeds, leaving the obliterated islands behind and out of my vision in seconds. All there is endless sky around me. I see the top of the snake's head and two guards holding me captive as I am rocketed toward the top of the construct. It is possible to guess how fast I am moving at first, as the fragments of the island are still in my vision. But once we make it high enough into the sky where they're gone, all I can see when I look behind me is the tail and body of the serpent wriggling in the air to push us upward. Again, it feels as if I am stationary inside this orb, but I am certain we're still moving upward. As much as I try to spread my perception aura outward, nothing leaves this 30 spherical cage. I downgrade into my base human form and let out a sigh, lying back in midair, and let the higher life forms take me for a ride. Their power is too immense to even attempt anything. Merely being within 10 kilometers of the green serpent brought me close to death even, while using every skill and hidden ability I had available to me. Considering the common trend, these blue guards must be the core above green, far stronger than this serpent. If I have no chance of even breathing the same air as a green core, attempting to escape or challenge two cyan knights, whose transparent energy bodies are larger than the floating islands, will be impossible. If they wanted me dead, it would have happened before I even knew they were trying. Wherever these beings are taking me, it is exactly what Ember most likely had in mind for letting out an attack like this, so I'll see where it leads. I let out a sigh, placing my feet up on a small manifested bit of yellow divine energy while I put my hands behind my head to relax, while floating higher and higher into the sky. The fatigue from farming green divine energy has built up to a staggering amount over the last few days. I am able to go upward of a month without sleep, but the intensity of the activities I've put myself through and the calm of this ride upward into the sky make my eyes close. I try to keep myself from sleeping for the first hour of the ride up, but nothing at all changes in the atmosphere. The only thing around me is open sky and a thick aura of green divine energy tendrils from the snake that are thwarted by the Cyan Guard's contraption. I feel no change in speed, air pressure, or even intensity of the green or light blue aura around me. Eventually, my eyes shut and I fall asleep while being carried high into the unknown. I sleep for a few hours, fully rejuvenating my body and mind. However, when I wake up, I am met with the exact same endless sky above and below me. The density of the green tendrils in the air has increased slightly, but not enough to make any difference other than a slight visual green tint in the air outside of my orb. I continue to sit back and watch as the day goes by. My mind wanders, thinking about the black orbs that fell out of the islands, but also a slight problem I am going to have once I actually do make it out of this place. Ember is out of commission in my item storage at the moment, meaning the hunter Emery Carter isn't exactly going to be able to greet the association once we return. All 3 of my body doubles are already active and out of range to communicate, so I can't create another to replace him. On top of that, my limiter is completely shattered. It has been for weeks, ever since I started to absorb divine threads. My mana control, soul energy, and now yellow core are completely visible to anyone with enough perception to see it. If that isn't enough problems for me to deal with, I still fly into the endless sky with emotionless higher life form energy beings as my captors with no explanation. Over 16 more hours pass riding upward into the endless sky before anything changes at all. The green aura in the air gets thicker and thicker until it begins to mix with light cyan threads of energy. I am finally able to gauge that we actually are moving as the sky turns lighter and lighter blue. My eyes widen once I begin to see the energy become so dense in the air that it gradually infects the serpent that we're riding on. Its ethereal green body starts to receive cyan threads, creating pathways into the center of its skull. Once the pathways become far too dense for it to handle, the serpent's head abruptly drops down and its body follows. At this maneuver, both of the Cyan Knights move in unison, manifesting platforms of dense reality, bending energy beneath their feet, and marching upward at the same exact rate we were moving before. It looks as if they're carrying me up an invisible staircase in the sky. Before I can conceptualize everything, the green serpent has already turned back and fallen into the depths of the green sky where it can survive in peace. Meanwhile, the air within my blue sphere is unchanged. More hours pass as all of the green divine energy fades away completely, making the atmosphere entirely comprised of cyan strands. Their rhythmic footsteps through the air are silent, but they're eerily consistent and almost machine-like. More hours pass, and the same phenomenon occurs. The air around us starts to change colors again, from a light cyan to a dark blue. The moment the dark blue threads start seeping through the cyan orb I am trapped in, the guards stop their upward march. Both of them glow brightly, and their spears' auras grow larger and larger, making the blue ball around me grow a much thicker barrier. A few minutes pass as they siphon more and more of their energy into the ball. Then eventually, the dark blue threads stop seeping through. One of the guards keeps me floating above its spear while the other leaves us, continuing its march upward into the dark blue abyss of even denser divine energy. We wait, and I stare up into the nothingness waiting for the night to return. It takes over an hour for any movement to appear again. And what I see hurtling my way isn't what I expected to see. The hand of a dark blue giant, with fingers larger than the guard that accompanies me, stretches out from the darkness above. Its dark blue tendrils of energy threaten to tear open holes in this construct as it reaches downward, and it finally gets close enough for me to see the rest of its hand and part of its forearm. But its head is too far up in the sky for me to see. Not even its elbow or shoulder is visible as they're hundreds, possibly thousands of kilometers away. The Cyan Knight steps back, leaving me floating in empty space as the giant's dark blue hand comes down toward me. It appears to be moving in slow motion in the sky, but in reality, it is moving extremely quick. And this is a difference in perspective. I already learned my lesson in underestimating massive falling objects when I was almost crushed by one of the islands before awakening my orange and yellow core. Seconds pass, but it feels like an eternity. A massive orb of dark blue energy starts to form around the giant's hand, creating a sphere hundreds of kilometers thick. Once it moves downward, the hand moves beneath me, and the massive blue sphere fully forms once I am inside to create another airtight seal. Before my eyes, the dark blue energy in the dome eats away at all of the cyan aura inside it. The blue threads even eat away at the cyan ball I am still floating in. It dissolves in seconds, dissipating into the air, and the dark blue threads all move back toward the outer barrier of the sphere, completely avoiding me. By the time the sphere inside the giant's palm moves upward, the inside is completely cleared out. It is as clear and divine energy-free as the real world outside in here. Again, as I am thrust upward by the giant's hand, I don't feel like I am moving at all. The only way I can tell is the fact that the cyan night below me disappears like a tiny light that flashes out, and I am plunged into the darkness of the thick blue aura above. I know I am moving far faster than the serpent's ride, and the two cyan guards by a lot now. However, I can't see past the forearm of this giant, so it is nearly impossible to tell how exactly I am even moving. To me, it just looks like this massive arm is raising me into the sky and its main body isn't even moving. In less than a minute, the atmosphere outside of the sphere on the giant's hand drastically changes. It gets darker and darker, and I can tell the air pressure and heat outside are at limits unfathomable for my mortal mind and body to comprehend. Whatever this creature is, and wherever I am going, is not somewhere many, or possibly any people have gone before. Just as these thoughts come to mind, there is another abrupt change. The dark blue aura of the atmosphere completely ceases. It is visible below me now, and it looks like I've just been thrust through a dark cloud line. The giant's hand lifts me upward, and at the same time, I watch the top of the dark blue dome fade away. There aren't any blue threads up here at all. The sky is completely void of divine energy. All I see is a single speck of purple in the center of my vision as I stare above. The purple dot grows, and grows the more the hand rises from the dark blue sea of threads below, and the dome around me completely dissipates. My eyes open wide once my perception skills can finally stretch outward and see where I really am. The purple light before me connects to the outer edge of this construct. It is what I saw a glimpse of when I first awakened my sight with the red cores. I whisper to myself while I am thrust further and further upward by the giant's hand. This is it. They've brought me to the top, but why? Chapter 573. The further I am pushed upward, the more purple tendrils of divine energy I see flowing out from a single point. It all flows from it, seamlessly creating the edges of this massive sky that angles downward to form the dome-shaped world I am currently floating in. My eyes widen as the purple light gets brighter and brighter. Then the blue hand of the giant finally stops moving upward. The air is cool up here, and clouds are being blown around in slow circles by a light breeze. The wind whistles softly, but there is no other sound at all. I just stare up in awe for a full minute before finally taking a few deep breaths and taking an air step upward away from the enormous base of the giant's blue hand that still protrudes from the endless dark blue void. As I air step, yellow threads from my divine energy are left behind in the open air, but they fade away and fall into the deep blue darkness below as I continue upward. My gaze is locked on the purple shimmering dot in the sky that gets larger and larger. It takes a few minutes before the bottom of what looks like a semi-transparent crystal circular platform comes into view. I am looking at it from the bottom and can tell that whatever is making this bright purple glow is above it and shining its light over its edges. I am expecting the platform to get larger and larger the more I air step upward, just like everything else recently, and end up being enormous beyond my comprehension. However, this isn't the case. Once I arrive high enough in the air, I see the floating glass-like structure's other side. It is flat, glossy, and reflective, just like its bottom. To my surprise, floating above it in its center is a bright purple stone. It has glossy edges and gives off an ethereal feeling unlike anything I felt this past month. It feels magnitudes more powerful and omniscient than the enormous blue giant below me, but also gives off the feeling of being frail and helpless at the same time. My mind bends trying to figure out if I were to touch it. Would I die instantly from coming in contact with godlike power? Or would it shatter into pieces like a delicate plate of porcelain? It slowly spins, sending out a steady rate of purple shimmering tendrils upward to connect and create the outer limits of this entire realm. I witness reality being weaved into existence before me by countless bright strands of light. My eyes stay open in awe, and I float about 100 meters away from the platform for minutes. Taking in the glory of it all, I am completely entranced in the light until an unfamiliar woman's voice echoes through my mind. Welcome. It is my honor to have you here. I would have never predicted a human would be soul bonded with the fallen one. Her voice is soothing. It feels as if every word that enters my mind warms my body and unconsciously makes me smile. However, despite the warmth entering my body and mind, my gaze stays sharp, and I realize that I am being brought closer to the crystal platform in the sky. I attempt to air step away to keep my distance, but it is the same immovable force that brings me closer. Exactly the same as I felt within the cyan and blue transport orbs on my way up. In a matter of seconds, I am brought down to stand on the outer edge of the circular platform in the sky. Now up close and personal with the enormous purple stone that rotates and continues to weave reality in front of my eyes. I take a deep breath, thinking of all the questions racing through my mind, but only muster out a simple reply. Who? Or what are you? Why did you bring me here? I look over my shoulders, but my gaze gravitates back to the beautiful purple gem before me. A few seconds pass, but the woman's voice echoes through my mind again. You may call me Celia. I know humans like to put a name to things they talk to. The purple gem glows brightly, and more strands than usual start to flow from it and reach out in my direction. They all form together and make contact on the glossy mirrored ground about 5 meters in front of me to create the energy form of a beautiful woman. The energy form is roughly my height, with long flowing purple hair, perfectly proportioned curves, and a beautifully graceful walk. As she comes closer, the form has no face, but I can subconsciously tell that she is smiling at me due to her body language and indescribable aura. Her voice rings out again. However, this time a mouth forms on the faceless woman of energy, and I hear it speak to me out loud. It is somehow even more soothing on the ears. To answer why you are here, I can show you. I was woken up from my slumber, which is not an easy feat. I was getting worried I'd die alone, but it seems the gods are gracious. I'll at least have some company. Her mouth disappears, and her energy form pulses with a light glow. She lifts both her arms in the air to let out countless purple threads all around us to create a small dome. She steps forward, and her featureless face moves very close to mine. I can see energy coming off her body as she circles me a few times, then stops right by my side, giving off a happy and excited emotional aura. I try to open my mouth to reply again, but I stop the moment I see the purple thread shifting and changing into lifelike images of very familiar figures and events. I see images flashing by of myself weeks ago entering this construct through the cyan-colored rift at the edge of the forest. Days of training my teammates to become strong enough to fend for themselves flash. In seconds next, countless battles against orange-cored insects. Then yellow-cored lizards show up after this. Ember and I using our full power to awaken our own cores and explore the countless islands in the sky are shown in full detail. At the same time, many other images of other applicants flash by simultaneously, showing their ventures through the construct. Dozens of perspectives are being shown to me at once, but I can accurately perceive them all at the same time, while the soothing energy of this woman flows around me. I watch the Vice and Viridian region teams work hard to make it up the first mountain for weeks, but do eventually make it high enough to farm red cores from the scavenger birds when they work together as teams. Many of the lone applicants aren't as lucky. Some are killed by red cord awakened, dissolving and getting sent back to the outside world. However, one applicant stands out. The Phantom Region's single hunter, he uses the same stealth technique to lurk in the shadows on ledges with tree and shrubbery cover. It is a very time-consuming strategy, and he only has advantages against birds that are near the cliffside. But his hunting methods work well, and he is able to farm the red cores. The imagery of the Apex Regions team making it up the mountain are some of the most interesting ones yet. There is a team of 3 that works together I keep my eye on, most likely to limit the amount of fragments they have to share. They're able to take on the red cores just as easily as the teammates I left behind at the ocean shore. I even see flashes of scenes of the 2 squads meeting each other and having a standoff at the top of the mountain, near where I left my teammates to farm on their own. The images of Trax yelling and bursting into lightning, Nat eating the skill orb I left for her, and bursting into flames are incredible to watch. The battle healer and water mage are the 2 that jump into the fight alongside them. Dane takes on Callum in a water versus wind duel, while Marcy has a rematch with the battle healer. So many flashes of magic and destruction fill the mountainside, blasting holes in the ocean's shore and sending massive boulders of rock down the side of the endless cliff. It takes over a full minute for it all to be over. Dane holds the water wielder tight in a prison of wind. Marcy pins the battle healer down with her spear by his neck and her boot on his chest. Lastly, Trax and Nat are both breathing heavily, and the environment around them is burnt and covered in static residue. They're arguably evenly matched, and both have fight left in them. But it is clear the Apex leader's strongest teammates have been defeated, and he is in a tight position. Marcy's voice rings out from the chaos as she doesn't hesitate to pierce the battle healer's throat when he refuses to surrender. Let's finish this up and get back to work. We're sending these Apex region weaklings back to the association with nothing, just what they deserve. She smirks while Dane finishes off Callum with a barrage of wind blades, too, removing him from the construct in seconds. The 2 of them begin to walk over in the direction of Nat, while she attempts to make some kind of agreement to go their separate ways. They haven't come to their final decision yet, but an all-out fight it could go either way, and both are aware of this. If Trax goes all out against the 3 of them, there will certainly be some casualties. It is just unknown which side it will be. Calling it a draw and continuing to collect fragments will give everyone a chance to prosper in the long run. However, this doesn't put out the flame of anger that erupts in Trax's eyes. He pulls a red core from his item box and swallows it without hesitation and yells, "None of you are worthy. I said it from the start. Where are those 2 bedrock region scum? I still need to give them a piece of my mind. I'll never make a deal with lesser regions. Viridian, Bedrock, Talton, Silka, all of you. You need to know your place." His eyes burst with the red divine threads from the core he consumed, and dangerously massive crimson bolts of lightning erupt from his body. Nat yells at the others to stay back as she dodges one of the bolts by a hair. Dane and Marcy stay back like she says, but it appears this is just an attempt at self-sacrifice to let them live. Another dark red bolt of lightning comes out of Trax's body, coupled with a ravenous yell, headed straight toward Nat. My eyes open wide looking at the recording when I see that she also eats one of the red fragments to counteract this direct hit that she has no chance of dodging. I still feel Nat safe and sound in my Rising Emperor's domain, and from what I can tell, this battle happened over a week ago. She must have won, but I am eager to find out how. An immaculate ball of fire erupts from Nat's body, all strengthened by millions of crimson divine threads, just like Trax. Unlike him, her eyes are still sharp moments after eating the gem. The constant exposure to the energy while healing her teammates has given her body more resistance to the strands. The battle of raw, uncontrollable lightning power against refined and focused flames begins and ends almost instantly. Nat repeatedly slashes through Trax's defenses and dodges the rogue bolts of electricity. The entire battlefield they stand on bends of reality-altering force, but in a few seconds, the victor is clear. Trax is sent flying off the cliffside, coughing on his own blood as the effects of the gem wear off, while Nat stands silently to watch. Her fragment's power wears off soon after too, and she collapses to the ground while drinking self-regeneration potions to try and speed up the healing. A grin is plastered on my face as the recording speeds up more, and the following days of rest and recovery follow as they continue to farm fragments nearby and are unbothered by any other teams. Even while more images of other teams and applicants fighting rush across the screens made of purple divine threads, My mind still focuses and makes a mental note of exactly where Trax fell off that cliff. I am certain he wasn't killed by Nat's final move. On top of that, I didn't see any other images of Trax after the fact. I am going to make it a mission to search that cliffside if I ever make it down there to make sure the job is done. More and more time passes on the recordings. Then finally, the images of Ember and I pushing as high as we can into the sky through the green serpent's aura appear in full view. We fly higher and higher until the point where I vividly remember Ember outlining a plan that we will follow out. He flaps his wings to move in front of me, and my gaze is locked on this screen as I'll finally get to see what his attack actually did. The woman's hands gracefully move in the air to move purple threads and disperse every playing video feed except for the one I am watching closely. It shows a bright golden and silver light in Ember's chest shimmer violently and expand. Watching it after the fact, all of the odd mental effects that kept my gaze away from the mysterious energy are not activated. Now, I am able to see this all play out exactly as it happened. Chapter 574. The shimmering gold and silver light grows larger from Ember's chest and begins to cover his entire body. There is a pulse of light that completely envelops him and spreads out like a shockwave around us. In the moment, Ember's dragon form looks like it is made of pure, indescribably bright, and powerful divine energy. Even looking at it through a screen that is replaying the events, something deep in the back of my mind tells me these shimmering threads are somehow at a level that far exceeds even the purple energy that has created this entire construct. Once the threads hit their maximum luminosity, they begin to contract back. I watch all of the threads vibrate and consolidate near Ember's neck, getting brighter and brighter until they compact into a single point within his mouth. His black, glossy scales are completely void of divine energy the moment he lets out the small ball of energy from his mouth, and it is propelled forward to create a fantastic shimmering beam of light that cuts through the green threads like they're floating dust particles, and a high-powered air jet is shooting through it. The gold and silver pillar of light bursts through the aura, disintegrating everything in its path, clearing out a tunnel in the sky for me to follow. Immediately after the beam is shot out, Ember reverts to his human form, and I jump upward to catch him in my storage. The next images of me letting out my own attack at the green serpent are not shown on the screen. However, they aren't necessary. I vividly remember it doing no damage at all. Instead, the video follows the golden and silver beam upward through the green layer in the sky. It phases through the tip of the serpent's nose and doesn't slow down at all. It appears as if the beam is even traveling faster, the higher into the air it climbs. In a matter of seconds, the shimmering energy pierces into the cyan-colored layer of sky, then breaks into the dark blue sky just as quickly. The next image that appears before me is the ethereal beam colliding with a slowly spinning dark purple gem at the top of the construct. The gem is the same size as the one I am nearby now, but it looks dull and almost black in color. The purple threads that slowly stream off it are not moving at the rate I am witnessing them move now. It collides with the purple crystal, makes it pulse with golden and silver light, then disappears into the air like nothing was ever there. The moment it disappears, the crystal pulses with a purple glow that almost fills the entire screen with its luminosity, erupting with purple threads for a full minute straight before calming down. Afterward, once the light clears, it shows its bright purple glow just like how I see it now, vibrant and full of energy. Then, the purple energy being beside me cuts the video off right there, retracting her dome of threads around me, but continues to slowly walk near me with a featureless face. Her mouth forms, and she talks again. So now you know why I've brought you here. A human soul bonded with a divine beast, and on top of that, one that is notorious in our history. Her mouth smiles, then disappears, and I feel the same emotional aura of excitement being pushed out from her as her graceful walk around the glass-like platform continues. I reply, "What do you mean, our history?" Her earlier words from when I first made contact with the purple gem replay in my mind, and I speak up again with another question before she can even reply. "Who is this fallen one you spoke of? Explain this to me in simpler terms. I don't know who you are, and I have no knowledge of divine energy outside of what I've learned over the last few weeks." The woman stops her graceful walk and tilts her head, pausing for a moment before giving off the aura of curiosity and childlike joy, before smiling again and walking forward. How interesting. Again, you surprise me. If the true divine wish to keep their secrets hidden, then I do not have the authority to tell their past. I haven't seen the outside world in over 2 centuries, so times may have changed. A light aura of her sadness washes over me, and the energy form starts to circle me again. But this doesn't keep me from replying to stay on track. I know he is one of these so-called divine beasts. You don't have to keep that identity from me. I pause, but my mind races and becomes slightly impatient at her, not exactly answering my question. Honestly, that is the least of my concerns. Who are you? What is this place? And why did you decide to bring me here only after seeing I am soul bonded with a divine beast? Her sour mood vanishes, and the curious and joyful aura returns while she replies. Well, that is simple. I already told you who I am. Celia is my name. While I may not be human, I hope this form puts you at ease. I only want to be of help to you. For explaining what this place is, that is a much more difficult question. In essence, everything you see here is me, but it is far more complicated. I can start at the beginning if you wish. It will take quite a bit of explaining. I nod, looking around the glass platform in the sky. Please, all we have is time. Her graceful movements stop as she looks directly at me with a face made of countless purple threads. Time. It may be all that you have, but I, for one, am lacking this commodity. She spins around in a graceful twirl and slowly raises her delicate arms in the air. This place, it was my attempt at triggering something called a universal shift. There is no other way to awaken an immortal core. Studying the past awakening is pointless. One must create, destroy, or alter something to this universe that is so grand and unique, it leaves an everlasting impact that cannot be put back to its original state. If this is achieved, the system itself dubs you worthy of ascending and watching the impact you've made on the universe to ripple for eternity. Sorrow fills the space where her aura seeps outward for a few seconds as we both stand in silence. Then, she speaks again. Demons, monsters, pure mana beings. There used to be many kinds of creatures that would wander into my construct. It was once meant to be a world of its own, where all beings from any world could come to have a peaceful break from reality, train, do business, or whatever their heart desired. I amassed the peak of what I knew of as power. 8 centuries building up my core to reach the apex of the known worlds, the purple core. Her aura now is mixed with feelings and emotions that I can't quite fully conceptualize. There is fear, boredom, joy, happiness, greed, terror, unconditional love, and boundless happiness all swirling around me together as one. It is said one that awakens a purple core can live upward of 1,000 years. Once I lived a life worth living, there was only one thing left to do. Leave a mark on history. I achieved my goals, experienced it all, and even lost everything there is multiple times to build it back up again. However, the lasting memory of myself in the worlds I traveled always fades with time. When I realized the end of my life was really near, I decided to create this world in the hopes of impacting the very system, the fabric of reality that strings all living things together enough to grab its attention. All of the emotions fade, and only a light sadness remains. I fused my mind, body, and soul into this pocket realm. Everything you see before you is me. If this creation is destroyed, I will be forgotten in time with it. However, it seems this destruction is already set in stone. The moment I realized this was 150 years into my construct's creation, half a century ago. I raise an eyebrow, as this is roughly the time my world had its Great War. The same time period in which Ember died in his past life. She continues. This is when the first human entered my realm. She smiles, and curiosity and softness flows from her aura again. One of the only planets in our local system to not be blessed by the system for millennia. The human world, like all the others with systems awakened or not, had reserves of chi. Those who harnessed it could strengthen their minds and bodies like every other life form. But like all great powers, it was kept secret to only those small groups who held it. However, I couldn't quite believe it when I witnessed a human being using mana-based skills. My mind is spinning at the words coming from her mouth. So many theories and ideas about other worlds, realms, chi, and the system itself are being spoken out loud. She doesn't stop at my wide-eyed reaction, and just continues. Once the first human walked through, no other species ever followed. My plentiful realm full of diversity waned. Instead of receiving new visitors daily and using this as a realm to interact and grow together, it became a resource mine for the greedy. More and more of my divine energy was stripped away. They came in floods, getting stronger by the day to pull all of the resources they could from the forests, oceans, and skies. My life force was already diminishing, but this only sped up my end. The sadness intensifies. It came to the point where I made my peace that I was not meant to leave an imprint on the system's history. I lived the longest and brightest life a mortal could have. I accepted my end, changing the rules of the construct to only allow those who enter to be granted a limited time before they're rejected from the realm and unable to enter again. It would keep me alive just a little longer and spread out the resources of my divine energy stores for generations to come. She smiles, and the sadness fades to become curious again. The real world must be a very different place than I remember. Humans have become strong. One even reached the height of the yellow cores decades ago. That was just around the time where I decided to go into hibernation. He was a young man, a light magic user proficient in chi. The woman smiles and her featureless face comes close to mine. I went into eternal sleep shortly after. My assumption was that I would fade away, and in turn, help humans strive to become a powerhouse of the local system. Maybe I wouldn't be remembered, but at least I would help a new lower race begin to grow. I still stare back at her with a dazed expression, trying to process all of this while she speaks again. Then, just weeks ago, a divine beast entered my realm for the first time in the history of its creation. I was woken up on my deathbed with a final unexpected chance to directly pull on the strings of fate. I've met you. If anything, I should be the one asking you questions. What is happening on the outside? Have the demons succeeded yet in subjugating your world too? Chapter 575. The shimmering purple threads continue to flow out from the crystal and bring reality into existence all around me as I think about her last question. What do you mean? The demons are trying to take over our world. All they do is guard labyrinths. If anything, they're growing the economy of large cities and helping our world thrive. No. All of the times I've conversed with demons in the past flash through my mind, they've all been hostile and human-hating. But I just assumed that was because I was invading their fortresses and trying to kill them. It is only natural they'd try to kill me in return. Even recently, with the labyrinth that I managed to create myself, the demon that spawned in was ready to make a deal with me. I whisper aloud as I remember our agreement. Well, he was adamant about bringing the captured mana back to the demonic realm. As I am deep in thought, the purple energy form starts to walk around me again, and the familiar aura of curiosity spreads out as she interjects. So they're only on the initial farming phase? Dungeons and labyrinths spawn, but they haven't taken control of enough of your world's mana to spark a stronghold yet, have they? I raise an eyebrow and turn my head to lock my eyes on her form as she continues to dance around. Her words of a stronghold make the image of the abyss in the center of the dark continent flash in my mind. Ember's explanation of dungeons, labyrinths, and this phenomenon are similar, however. The fact that he is a dragon and a divine beast may give him a strong bias on the matter. You mean a demon lord's throne awakening? Is this what you mean by a stronghold? If so, there is definitely one forming. She nods slowly, and the emotions of shock, dread, and a small amount of hope trickle out of her. Yes, that is one of the names they go by. It is because they often only form in the demonic realm, mostly used as a competition for worthy archdemons of the new generations to compete to become new regional lords. She pauses. Of course, they still expend lots of energy to create. Usually, the formation of a demon lord's throne will use a large amount of an entire world's energy. Demons are notorious for siphoning energy from young worlds to power their own throne awakenings, especially those that are newly connected to the system. She gets very close to my face again. It is uncommon for them to trigger a throne awakening on other worlds. There is always a series of trials. Once the throne is ready, anyone can challenge it. They're risking a lot of energy to spark one anywhere other than their realm or worlds they've already conquered. Even if they're confident in their victory, there must be a reason why they want a stronghold on your human world, rather than using this power to strengthen their own. An aura of deep thought, distress, confusion. Then boredom flood out of the woman before she turns away to start gracefully walking back toward the purple crystal. To my surprise, the gem pulses and becomes a shade darker than it was moments ago. She turns and speaks again. The Fallen One granted me a wonderful gift, enough energy to converse with you here, but not nearly enough to say everything I want. It takes enough power for me to hold this construct together on autopilot. Having intelligent conversation won't last much longer. I only wish I could stop history from repeating itself. I take a step forward and she does the same, but her right arm dissolves into millions of tiny threads. They collide with my forehead as she speaks again. It will be easier if I just show you. My vision and perception of the world around me cease the moment the strands touch my forehead, and it feels as if I am spectating the perspective of someone else, floating high above a planet in deep space. Half of the planet is filled with green and blue, while the other half is completely black. There is a dreadful aura of demonic energy spreading quickly all over the globe before my eyes. The perspective I am viewing from shifts left and right to see multiple other glowing green and cyan-colored entities hovering high in the sky, then turns back to the planet as it is completely enveloped. The perspective speeds up, and it looks as though years are passing, traveling through space, passing other planets covered in black demonic energy. The life forms travel further and further away to find unaltered planets in faraway systems spinning around stars. But the time-lapse I am watching speeds up more and more. Hundreds of years pass as planets without life are completely ignored. Weaker planets are drained of mana very quickly and obliterated into dust. And those that have intelligent life, use mana, and are so-called awakened by the system are soon met with the same force that took over the first planet I witnessed. One by one, the planets and entire local solar systems are either sucked dry of mana and obliterated, or if their mana signatures are strong enough, the planets are taken over with the dark energy. It always starts from a single point and spreads out in a series of pulses that feel eerily similar to surges and the abyss spreading in the desert of the dark continent. Hundreds of years pass and I watch the entities run from these planets over and over again. Some of them change their forms and colors, moving from green to cyan to dark blue, and eventually purple. Some of them leave the group of travelers, while other times new beings join. The final memories I see are this being flying far away, further than ever before in any of the past world destructions. Every local solar system she passes, the being drops a large cyan-colored orb down to every planet. Even those infected by the demonic energy, every planet gets an orb. Even those without any mana present on them at all. She continues flying out into the endless empty vastness of space. Then everything goes black before I can see what happens next. I take a gasp of fresh air as my eyes open, and purple tendrils of energy retract from my forehead. It feels like I woke up from a very real dream. All of the images shown before me feel as though I witnessed them myself, but are also a bit foggy and foreign. I see the purple woman standing before me. Now about 394, the size she was before she showed me what I can only assume to be glimpses into her memories. The large floating gem is even darker behind her, and less tendrils of energy stream off of it. She speaks in the same soothing tone. The process continues. History always repeats itself. They have infected your world, and what is to come is inevitable. As you now see, no matter how far one runs, if there is mana to devour, the demons will follow. They may spare your world and allow you all to live under their rule, or they may drain your mana and destroy all hopes of becoming a powerful race to oppose them. She looks up at me. However, I have been asleep for decades. The presence of a divine beast and a powerful human who can challenge the throne may be what creates a change. There have been rare events where worlds fight back in order to battle the demons. Sometimes other races even challenge the throne to claim energy-rich planets as their own when the archdemon generations are weaker than usual. The woman shrinks again, and a rush of a tired aura ripples through me as the gem gets darker again. I don't have much time left. If you would allow me to search your memories, I can grant you what you need the most with my remaining power. I cannot promise much, but if I can help a human that is bonded with the Fallen One, I'll be directly leaving my mark on history as intended. In my last breath, I will have achieved my final goal. Her mouth disappears, and the energy figure looks even more transparent than it was moments ago. I nod and begin to reply. Yes, if this is your wish. The second I agree, I feel the purple threads hit my forehead again, and a rush of the woman's emotions instantly transmit through me. Almost instantly, she removes the strands and steps back with a smile. What a simple world, and what an interesting race, and what a greedy government. I understand now how my rift in this world was monopolized and cut off from the other worlds. You aren't on good terms with them either, yet you decide to stay so close to your enemies. Again, what an interesting situation. A flutter of excitement and curiosity vibrates through the atmosphere as she looks toward me. I've decided I will finally collapse my realm. I will help you and your familiar Ember to be victorious in your upcoming battles. I raise my hands and reply in a worried tone. Hey, collapsing the realm. What do you mean by that? I am still inside this, you know. An amused aura spreads out from her still fading and shrinking form. I know, it won't be instantaneous. The collapse will take enough time for you to use your teleport crystals and leave. I will convert my remaining life force into a powerful artifact that will contain the remains of my living soul. While I won't be fully conscious, I will still be technically extending my life. It is quite selfish of me to continue on living, but it will help you in both your short-term predicament of concealing your power, and in time your long-term needs. I will help you again once it is time to challenge the throne. A final aura of gratefulness, mixed with a light bit of joy, and sorrow flows through me as her energy form fades completely away. The threads of purple light that were connected to her all fall back into the dark purple gem in the center of the crystal platform, and I am left all alone in silence. The only thing up here to keep me company is the whistle of the wind. A slow and steady flow of purple threads continues to come out of the top of the gem to create the dome-like walls of the construct. But they start to slow down too. In less than half a minute, the threads begin to stop flowing entirely. The purple stone floats down to touch the reflective surface of the platform and stops spinning too. It pulses brightly one time, then compacts in on itself as if it is compressing its energy and forming into a tight ball. Without even realizing it, I am moved closer to the shrinking crystal, and it is also moving closer to me. It flashes bright, covering my entire vision, and I feel something hot touch one of my fingers. In the next moment, the flash ceases, and a new bright purple ring appears on my finger. Its purple divine threads start to creep down my arm, and at the same time, I look up toward the central point of the construct's dome top, and it begins to fade away. Without the constant stream of purple energy to continue weaving reality, there is nothing at all behind it. I stare off into infinite darkness where I see the construct starting to fade away. It spreads quickly. All from the central point, a large circle of darkness begins to descend down on me from above. Chapter 576. I pull a teleport crystal from my item storage and crush it in my fist. The cloud of divine energy below me is impossible for me to pass through, so this is the fastest and only way down I can foresee. A flash of light envelops my whole being seconds before the void of nothingness makes the very platform I stood on a moment ago disappear, like it never existed. My assumption is if I am caught up in this too, I'll dissolve away and return to the real world outside of this construct. However, there are multiple reasons why I don't want to test this theory out for myself. The first is in the case that it may not act the same now, that the construct is disappearing for good. Being caught up in the dissolving mass isn't something I want to test out the end result of. Secondly, I want to leave through the rift itself to meet the association as a normal applicant and not cause any extra unnecessary suspicion. Lastly, I still have many things I want to do inside before it fades away completely. As my body materializes down by the ocean shore at the top of the mountain where I left my teammates, I immediately locate them with my Rising Emperor's domain. They're all less than 50 kilometers away farming red cores, on the cliffsides, like it is just another day. I let out an immense wave of telepathy that is enhanced by the yellow threads of divine energy surging through my body. It calls for them all to come back to the platform, and that I have an urgent update for them. At the same time, the purple threads that were creeping up my hand from the ring before now cover my shoulder and are making their way over my chest. They feel warm, but I am certain they aren't harmful, and the energy isn't bonding with me or deteriorating my flesh like the green energy did before. After a few seconds, I see my teammates making their way back toward me in my enemy detection skill and their geolocations. None of them are in range to respond to me with telepathy, but they definitely heard my message. While their points converge on me, the purple threads cover my chest, surround my core, and then start spreading all over my head and down toward the rest of my body too. It feels like a warm skin-tight blanket is being wrapped around me. It seeps into my eyes, covers my arms and legs, then pulses in a light purple hue before completely vanishing. The bright glowing ring on my finger changes from a blinding attention-catching item to dark purple, similar to the massive crystal's original dormant color, almost black and not eye-catching at all on my finger. The artifact has bonded with me and activated. I feel the same high-pitched ringing sound that I did when Ember's limiter was placed on me, but instead of having to control my output manually, this limiter feels as if it is completely intertwined with my being and instincts. Purple threads cover my body in a thick layer. However, they're completely invisible. I look down at my chest, and even to me, it looks as if my divine core is completely gone. I raise an eyebrow, because it feels like I am still able to use my yellow threads of energy at full power, and even turn to the ocean while pulling out my sword to test the theory. In a single slash, I let out a yellow wave of energy, and my entire being pulses bright yellow, exposing the presence of my core for a split second while I let out the attack. The moment I stop and put my sword away, the appearance of me being unawakened and powerless comes back. I try the same exact thing for my mana control aura output, as well as soul energy and raw chi as well. I am extremely glad I trained with Ember for days before coming to this exam to learn what certain mana control levels feel like, because the purple cord limiter I am wearing acts in a similar fashion. Whatever skills or powers I actively am showing during an active attack are shown in their full glory. However, when I am standing at rest, the artifact acts as a cloaking device almost. An invisible veil that suppresses all energy coming off of it to the eyes of an outsider. It takes me almost a full minute to get the hang of things before I see Nat, Dane, and Marcy all flying my way after hearing my message. The air magic user and spear-wielding tank look and carry themselves almost exactly the same as I left them before. Both of their mana controls have far surpassed 1 billion, making them at the peak of the B-class hunters. At the rate they've been farming these past few weeks, each of them should have hundreds of red fragments. They're completely clean of divine energy, as it is clear Nat has been healing them and taking the threads that invade their bodies. Coming up the rear in their flight path, I see the white-haired healer covered in a bright red aura of threads from cleansing them after their last kill. She activates her healing magic, drinks a regeneration potion, then uses her daggers to channel the excess energy and eject it with a few flaming crescents into the sky. All 3 of them drift down to meet me on the shore with a whole new aura of confidence about them. I speak up once they hit the ground. To sum things up, I made it to the top and claimed this construct's ultimate prize. It is about to collapse in on itself, and I think it is best we don't wait for that to happen. All of their eyes open wide while I look up at the sky, then back down at them. So, it is time to wrap things up. I don't know if we have seconds, minutes, or hours left, but it is best not to leave things to chance. I turn to the ocean, thinking about the black orbs that fell from the islands in the sky days ago when the green serpent destroyed the floating obsidian forests. Nat speaks up to break my train of thought. What about you? Are you coming with us? And where is Emery? I nod, but still look out into the ocean. Yeah, I'll be following right after you, Emery. Is on his way too. I just need to check one last thing. Marcy nods. Very well, don't have to tell me twice. Then takes a crystal out from her item storage. Dane does the same, nodding with a smile and letting the teleport crystal hover above his hand with wind magic. We've farmed more than enough to win this thing. We already wiped out our only competition. I smile, then turn to the teleport platform about 50 meters away and point a hand toward it. Good. Without warning, I let a fireball out from my palm wrapped in yellow threads of divine energy, and it obliterates every bit of evidence I created one in the first place, leaving a round crater in its place. All three of their eyes widen as they realize what kind of energy I just used, but none of them say a word about it. I'll be destroying the one near the rift before I leave too, just in case this construct spits out any foreign matter. I don't want any evidence left behind. That means I need your extra teleport crystals too. It is better if the Apex region doesn't find out I have access to these items when they search you. I turn back, and each of them gives me any extra teleport crystals they have remaining, leaving only one that leads back to the remaining platform. We'll speak again after the B-Class Awards ceremony. I am in quite the hurry right now. They say a quick goodbye, slightly confused at my sudden words and appearance, but there is too many things to explain and not enough time to do so. It is better they just leave, and I can give a proper explanation once reality around me isn't disappearing at an unknown rate. The three of them crush their crystals, and I launch myself off deep into the sea. My yellow footsteps are left behind in the air, and my yellow core pulses, giving off light every time I take a step. But I feel invisible in between strides, while covering dozens of kilometers. And putting out a wide perception aura, I really get to learn the capabilities of my new limiter to an even deeper level. I find that after the initial pulse of my perception aura's activation, I can still perceive things far away while being under the full stealth of my limiter, using self-regeneration, or any of my stat-boosting buffs that stay inside my body can also be used at their full power without even a drop of mana, chi, or divine threads from leaking through. The only downside I face is when I continuously test out my attacks, the bright yellow glow of divine energy leaks out. Even if I don't use my full power, anyone that is knowledgeable enough and has high enough perception can see that there is something suspicious happening here. Not just anyone can awaken a yellow core. Every air step I take pushes me further into the open ocean. Hundreds of kilometers fly by, and over an hour of travel time passes before I have another breakthrough. After using the limiter so much on autopilot, I begin to feel the layers of purple threads wrapped around and through me ripple and ring ever so slightly every time they allow energy to seep through. Over time, I begin to dissect the different feelings that allow each energy to pass through and begin to both consciously and subconsciously control the output with far better consistency. It gets to the point where I can have the limiter completely cover the core of my choosing and dampen that power if I please, instead of throwing a yellow fireball from my fist that is strengthened by countless yellow threads, making its weight on reality almost 10 times as dense. I am also able to release an unaltered dark red fireball from my fist as well. It is far weaker than my full power, but the yellow divine threads are just held behind the invisible barrier and processed through my body instead of being combined with the attacks. This takes quite a lot of practice, but while continuing my search of the seemingly endless open ocean, it is the most productive thing to do. I practice doing this with my perception aura too, activating my greater form and testing its capabilities with the limiter, using divine energy to search far and wide, while also making sure I can still use a pure mana perception aura and also one of soul energy too. Hours pass, and every air step I take makes me feel like the danger from above is getting closer and closer. At the same time, I feel as if I've completely mastered the limiter gifted by the creator of this construct. With all this time passing and no change in the environment, it feels as if I'll never get a reading or find what I am looking for. I even think about turning back and using a teleport crystal to leave and follow the others. However, two equally eerie phenomena hit my senses at exactly the same time. They make me realize I can't turn back now when I am so close to getting what I came for. The first is a very familiar one, however on a far larger scale. The disintegration of reality flows into my senses from above, as a total lack of mass and space is shown to me in my enemy detection and all-seeing eye skill. Where there was endless empty sky before, now a black void descends from above. It is massive, getting larger and larger with every second that passes, like the top of the dome-shaped world I am living in is melting away. What is remaining is an endless black void, But that is just what my brain fills in to conceptualize the fact that there is, in fact, nothing remaining. We're already in a constructed world outside of space itself. There is only the absence of mass and energy beyond this collapsing reality. I should crush a crystal right now to leave. But far out in the ocean, I also see a dense black forest floating on the calm waves. From their newly grown branches, countless red fruits grow and shimmer, while scavenger birds fly around them in circles and perch on their slowly growing branches that reach back up toward the sky. Chapter 5, 77. I fly closer to the floating forest as the dark void falling down on me expands and descends at a constant rate, while it appears at the far edges of my perception. Hundreds of kilometers in the air, it is still rapidly descending, and my assumption is I only have a few more minutes to find a way to transport the trees with me before they're engulfed in the void of nothingness too, and I lose my chance. With soul energy and yellow divine threads powering my footsteps through the air, I make my single focus the small clump of obsidian trees. Many thoughts race through my mind about how they'll react to my spatial magic. I compile multiple tests in an order in which I'll follow them, just in case the seeds at their cores are harder to capture than I initially anticipated. The next few minutes go by in a blur. I push myself and make it to the floating forest just in time, as the endless void is less than a dozen kilometers overhead. With under a minute to perform my tests, I use my heightened senses to open up various spatial magic portals to test things out. Some of the trees have grown as high as 100 m into the air from where their seeds float in the water, while others have just begun to sprout and haven't even grown as tall as my greater form. I target the smaller trees first. Every time my aura of yellow divine energy, or even leftover threads from my footsteps, comes in contact with any of the trees, they immediately pull them in and reach for the sky. Surprisingly, not a single purple thread leaves my ring. They all stay tightly intertwined with me. I test out a few soul energy, imbued skills, as well as pure chi and pure mana, and I find something very interesting. The dark black obsidian trees don't react to these tests at all. It is as if two equally strengthened solid non-magical objects are hitting each other when I try some offensive attacks out of curiosity. The mana and chi bounce off the tree unaltered, and the trees are always left without a dent or even a scratch. Following this test, I let one of the smallest saplings fall into my item storage, and it freezes inside in a state of suspended animation just like a normal piece of wood. Whatever these organisms are, they only react to divine energy. As the black sky falls closer and closer, I decide I can figure out exactly how they work another time. For now, it is best I get as many samples as I can for future tests. I completely suppress all of my divine threads behind my limiter and begin opening up spatial magic portals left and right to allow over a dozen black obsidian seeds to fall into my item storage. By the time the last one within my senses falls into my possession, I don't waste any more time to wait around. I crush another teleport crystal in my fist to bring me away from the ocean and all the way down the enormous mountain back at the very start of the construct. Immediately, I look up to the sky to make sure I traveled far enough away, and let out a relieved sigh when I see the sky above me is still blue. So I have a little bit of time left before the construct dissolves down to this point too. I reactivate my divine energy infused aura and allow it to spread throughout the entire forest below the mountain. When I first entered this place, I couldn't even perceive half of this black jaguar-infested forest. Now I can see every rock and tree inside it with perfect clarity, all the way to the cliffside. Considering the speed at which the void was descending above before, I most likely still have less than half an hour in these woods before this entire construct disappears. Far off in the center of the forest, I get an enemy detection reading of a lightning mage slowly making his way through the thick trees. I smirk while blasting off with divine energy-powered air steps in its direction. In the surrounding woods and up the cliffside, there are a few other stragglers from the Vice and Viridian regions still farming, because technically there are still a few days left in this 28-day-long event. However, no one could have foreseen what is happening to the construct now. I ignore them all and blip through the air with a single focus in mind. I clear over 100 kilometers into the center of the forest, and once I finally get within range of my target, The sky above turns dark again. I dive down into the trees and don't even try to keep myself hidden or my intentions subtle as I come crashing down into the rocky forest to create a massive crater in front of the still badly injured hunter being torn apart by red divine threads from the inside. He is clearly going through the withdrawal symptoms from eating the red fragments without his body being ready. Once the dust clears and I stand before him with my arms crossed, the apex hunter's eyes widen and he coughs up even more of his blood. However, that doesn't stop him from charging his body with electricity and pulling a handful of red and orange fragments from his item box. It is you. I knew I'd find you. The Bedrock region will pay. All of you will pay. I can finally get my revenge. I'll show you once and for all the Apex region is greater than all the other regions combined. He yells out with sleep-deprived eyes and a battle-crazed stare. I let out a sigh as he brings the fragments to his lips. My gaze moves to the sky as I still sense the void descending and shake my head while whispering under my breath. I gave you more than enough chances to change. This is truly just who you are. It is time for you to give up tracks. This is getting sad. I activate my mana manipulation skill, binding its malleable form with yellow divine energy and telekinesis to perfect the fine movements and shoot out an orb of energy toward the blood-stained hunter to knock the handful of fragments out of his grasp. Next, the yellow orb of light expands and turns into many impossibly tough yellow ropes that wrap around the hunter's neck, arms, and legs. I lift him in the air, unable to move, with an angry and disgusted expression on his face, while I push him up against a tree about 5 meters away. He starts to yell out again, presumably an insult or degrading other regions for no good reason. But I shut him up by activating intimidation and confusion to blast his psyche with an attack that would knock out an enemy 10 times his strength. The hunter's eyes turn white, and he falls to the floor of the forest while I use Plunderer and Lifesteal to bring both his MP and HP below 5%. The moment they do, I get the Mythic Grade Absorption notification that allows me to steal skills without killing the enemy, and I allow the red soul energy to wrap around his body without hesitating at all. Seconds later, a skill orb with extreme grade lightning summoning falls into my storage. I think about whether or not I should kill him here and send him back to the association asleep like this, or let the mysterious void envelop him. Either way, there is a risk that he'll tell this story, and my meticulously crafted hunter identity will be linked to someone who can take skills from people's status. While it wouldn't be the end of the world, it would be a waste of time and effort for putting up this facade for so long. My mind races while the endless void continues to descend. Then, a perfect idea comes to mind. I pull out an item from my storage that I crafted by accident when I was first playing with the limits of my Mythic Grade Plunderer skill, then read its description. Enchanted Lizardman's Claw Pendant. 55% mental strength's Plunderer attribute cursed item created. The holder of this item will lose 1% of their remaining MP every minute. If the item holder hits 10% of their original max MP with this cursed item still on their person, even if MP is restored, and the item is removed, the item effects will not leave the user's status. I rename the pendant to Unknown Item, Cursed, and in my Mythic Grade Craftsman Skills Editor interface, I completely scramble all of its descriptions with question marks and random jumbled letters. Next, I use telekinesis to place the cursed item around Trax's neck, and it appears on his status instantly, and the slow MP drain activates automatically. Without any indicators of what exactly this item does, it at least covers my tracks, and the disappearance of his skill can be attributed to an incurable curse rather than someone's skill. I pull my blade from my item storage and shove it through the unconscious hunter's chest the next moment, and show a satisfying smile as he disappears and leaves the construct. This arrogant hunter will never wield lightning magic again, and will certainly not live up to the standards of being the chosen one of this year's top Apex. Region B-class applicants, glad that is over. I murmur to myself while staring up at the sky, putting away my sword and crushing a teleport crystal to come back to the edge of the forest with the cyan blue rift within my sight. I walk over, letting out a divine energy imbued fireball behind me to destroy the last remaining teleport platform, then stop about 20 meters in front of the rift that leads back to the association. There is just one more problem I have to solve. If I walk through this rift without my partner Emery Carter from the Bedrock region, there are going to be quite a lot of questions I am unable to answer. Chapter 5, 78. The sky darkens as I sit in front of the rift and close my eyes, reaching into the far corners of my mind to think of possible ideas. After a few seconds, I get up and begin testing everything I've thought of. I open my status and scroll through, trying to activate my body double skill many times. But nothing happens, because all three of my doubles are still alive and well back in the real world. I even attempt to create lifelike manifestations of Emery out of earth magic, pure mana, and even try water magic. But none of them portray levels, and it is very difficult to make a voice come out of an inanimate object. The black sky continues to descend, not caring for my lack of time, which only makes me speed up my scrolling and pushes me to think of even more out-of-the-box ideas. Then, in a final moment of desperation, scrolling through everything I have, one skill pops out at me, and I open it up to read its description. Underscore, 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 underscore combat magic, superior dark summoning info. Dark magic allows the caster to summon darkness. It is the absence of light, or the absence of magic itself. If dark magic clashes with any pure mana-based attack, it will negate the opponent's attack proportional to the amount of MP the enemy is exerting. An advanced grade hidden ability. The MP necessary to negate attacks thrown by elemental skills by the opponent only need to exert 25% of the attack's MP to negate it. An extreme grade hidden ability. Portals of Shadows can be created within the caster's mana control aura and can allow items or portions of the caster's body to phase through it as long as they stay touching the caster. A superior grade hidden ability. A single opponent killed by the caster may be resurrected in the form of shadows. The remains of this opponent must be sacrificed to the shadows, and only one contract may be created at a time. Once a new contract is created, the old one will disappear. The shadow soldier will be reborn at the level it was killed, but may gain XP to level up and increase its mana control naturally. Its experience points will be split evenly with the caster, while it is walking in the world of the living. This resurrected form is capable of expressing free will, but their link to the world of the living can be severed by the caster at any time. If the shadow summon is killed, its level and mana control will decrease by 10% once it is summoned again. Grade, superior, upgrade. Underscore, 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 underscore. I haven't used this skill at all, other than passively the few times I tested out the sword I made out of the Lich King's dark stone and scythe. The superior grade hidden ability is the one that catches my attention. I recall the Lich King creating a summoned soldier in our battle. It may have been obliterated by me in a single strike, but it did, in fact, have a level. And according to this, the shadow summon has free will but only at the whims of its master. One of the terms of using this perk is that I have to sacrifice the remains of the enemy to create a summon. There are only 2 corpses in my item storage available to me right now. The first is the corpse of the Mountain King, the monster from the Vice City Labyrinth. I don't know much about it, and if it still has ties or deep-rooted loyalty to the association, I didn't even hear it speak out loud at all during our battle. Most importantly, I still need to let its body dissolve inside the labyrinth in order to trigger the transfer magic for the next floor. I can't risk severing my access to such a great farming resource, so this isn't a viable option for me. The second corpse I have available is the bones of the Lich King that I've been keeping locked away in my storage. It has no ties with the association and is an intelligent creature that can speak. While it may have resentment toward me personally, I get the feeling there will be a far higher chance of my success with this monster than trying anything else. Divine beast or not, I defeated this monster when I was far weaker than I am now. This fact, combined with the shadow contract, allowing me to make the summon disappear at any moment, makes me feel even more confident in this decision. If not this, then I am going to be jumping through this rift without an explanation for my lost ally. While I could make up a lie of Emery's demise within the construct, coming back with a copy of him will be far more profitable for me in the long run if I can pull it off. With the dark sky descending upon me, I calculate there is less than 2 minutes remaining before this entire pocket world is completely gone. With a sigh, I open up my item storage and let the massive bone remains of the Lich King that I've been holding onto for so long out to form a pile on the floor. The absorption notification to allow me to claim the monster's buff curse of the Lich King is still available on its remains. But I've made up my mind not to accept that ability. I place my open palm on the floor while activating my dark magic and concentrating on the shadow summoning ritual. A pulse of pure dark energy ejects from my palm and opens a massive black circle on the ground. It looks almost as dark as the sky above, but I don't compare the two and just concentrate on what is happening in front of me. The bones of the massive skeleton fall into the darkness that I've created, and I hear a ding sound in my head, and a status screen appears in my consciousness. Shadow Summon, Lich King Love. 3642. A list of all of its stats shows up in my mind's eye too, and I curiously read them all as an enormous black skeleton rises from the circular shadow I've created. The only difference between it and the Lich King I faced on the battlefield in the Dark Continent is the fact that it has no scythe, no cloak, no soul energy, no demon cores, and no dark magic at all. It does still hold 2 buffs. Curse of the Lich King, 0 divided by 2,500. Greater form of the Dark God. It seems as though it has no one under its curse now, and it is still able to stay in this massive dark form. At the center of its chest, I see a small silver core of threads shimmering and spinning in circles at a fast rate. But a similar mental block hits me to the same extent as when I peered into Ember's core in the past. This time, however, I am able to stare at it for almost a full 1/10 of a second and analyze it, realizing it doesn't have the golden threads that Ember's does. As interesting as it is, my mind is still pushed away from it subconsciously, and I focus on the task at hand, scanning its stats and abilities more. Below this, at the bottom of its status, I see another small screen labeled Modes, Dormant, Default, Command, Battle. Free Reign. The default mode is set on Dormant. The massive black summoning circle beneath the skyscraper-sized skeleton shrinks and disappears, leaving the rocky ground unaltered beneath it. The black skeleton continues staring forward, as if it is still frozen in time. It is in a dormant state right now, and I don't know what will happen if I change it to the other modes, so I just yell out to it to see if it will follow my orders. Deactivate your greater form buff? I need you to shrink down to my size. The black skeleton just stares off at attention, unmoving and unthinking as the void above continues to rapidly fall faster. It is less than 50 kilometers away now, and I am sure there is under a minute left before it envelops the rift and everything on this cliffside. I grit my teeth and think carefully while scanning over the possibilities. The next mode available is Command. It will most likely allow me to give it orders and do exactly as I command. The mode beneath it is Battle. My instincts tell me this will put the summon into high alert and fend off or attack anything in its surroundings. Just looking at the last option. Free Reign makes me shiver for a moment. This one is self-explanatory, and I don't plan on allowing this mode to be activated anytime soon. The massive black skeleton's overwhelming aura seeps out of its body, even in this dormant state. I can feel its evil nature glaring down at me even while its mind and control is locked away behind the shadow summoning ritual. The stench of death still permeates out from it, and its mana control would easily knock out any hunters below the double ranked up status, just from being this close to it. After coming to a quick decision, I yell out again. Switch modes. Command mode. The interface at the bottom of its status shifts. Dormant. Command. Selected. Battle. Free Reign. I yell out again for it to deactivate its buff and shrink back down to my size. The moment the command leaves my lips, the mindless shadow form of the skeleton does exactly that. It stands at attention, and my mind races for even more ideas. The sky gets darker and darker, and the endless light source that was lighting up this construct before dims. The entire forest turns dark, and it feels like it is turning to night, simultaneously pressuring me to work faster. As the seconds tick by, I dig through my storage and pull out an old black cloak, a minotaur's horn, item box, and handfuls of mana crystals to get to work. I begin imbuing my newly upgraded legendary grade conceal skill into the cloak to specialize it for visual effects, while I make the minotaur horn into a pendant solely worn to alter one's status. At the same time, I throw a few red divine fragments into an item box for him to wear around his waist. At the same time, I create 3D lifelike images of the Hunter Emery Carter that Ember was impersonating before, and speak to the paralyzed Lich King before me to give it another command. Use this gear and impersonate the hunter before you. Change your appearance to match his. My gaze looks up at the sky, then back to the Lich, while I use Conceal to change my own form and begin talking in Emery's voice to give my next command. This is how you must speak. Use this voice and no others. I need you to become this identity. Your name is Emery Carter until I tell you otherwise. We're on an infiltration mission. There will be no room for errors. Do as I command, read the room, and follow my lead. My heart beats more and more while the Lich does as I say. Taking the newly created cloak, putting it on to shift the black shadow-filled skeletal form, it has into a lifelike image of the Bedrock region's hunter. He ties the item box around his waist, and then words come out of his lips. Of course, Master. This is an easy feat. The orange-haired fire wielder looks me straight in the eyes, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference if it wasn't for the overwhelming mana control aura pouring off him, as well as the fact that his status shows all of his original information. I send a telepathy message into the Lich King's psyche next. I'll be able to communicate faster this way. Can you hear me? Yes, is all I get as a response before I begin showing the Divine Beast puppet how to alter his status to match the Bedrock region hunter's was. I feel a ripple of dark disdain pour off of the summon, but Emery's face still keeps its smiling impression. With the high pressure of this situation, I can't tell if I am hallucinating this, or if the monster's emotions are really leaking out from behind this skill. Less than 15 seconds remain while I try to solve the final problem before me. The Lich has unimaginably high mana control, enough to rival the A-class hunters in strength if he walked in there like this. Another order blurts out through our link before I can think of the possible consequences. I need you to make a limiter. You are a divine beast. You can do that, right? Something that will hide your mana control? It only needs to be for a small amount of time, just enough to keep up appearances once we walk through that rift. I turn toward the Lich, and it doesn't respond for a moment while putting its hands in the air in front of its face to focus on something. The moment it does, I realize what an absurd request that was. The limiter that Ember made for me took him almost a year inside an isolation pod to fully heal from. However, the quick response isn't one that I fully expected. In this shadow form, my body cannot tire, so it can be done. I can create a limiter that will last 1 hour, but my immortal core will be dormant for quite a while afterward. As the sky continues to disappear, a bright silver light forms between the creature's hands. My heart beats faster and faster as reality shrinks around us, and the silver light glows brighter. 10 seconds pass before the light finally hits its maximum luminosity, lighting up the darkened world around us far brighter than the Cyan Rift. It disperses in a flash, and I instantly feel the overwhelming, dreadful aura of the Lich King vanish. Without thinking any longer, I grab the replica of Emery Carter by the shoulder and start running toward the rift. That will do. Limit your output to that of a level 600 hunter. Do this for me, and maybe I'll reconsider leaving you in suspended animation for eternity once we're done here. Again, I feel a faint aura of envy and darkness pulse out from the Lich while it calibrates its output to a level 600 hunter. However, during the shift, I feel an odd aura that feels like one of minor respect, like the Lich is giving me a mental handshake for my last remark. Everything is happening so fast, so I don't dwell on the minor changes around me and push through. I am more focused on the feeling of extreme relief that washes through me, realizing that with just seconds to spare, I really managed to pull it off. I claimed everything I could from this construct, and the association won't be even suspicious in the slightest. I load my own item box up that will be searched by the association with a single item. It is one that I believe will simultaneously make it seem like I never made it up the cliffside and up past the ocean at all, but will also score me enough points to keep my #1 ranking. We both jump through the rift as reality collapses and disappears into the endless void behind us. Bright cyan light fills my vision, and the ringing of bells chimes in my ears. Then my feet fall onto the hard mana shielding of the Apex region's test site, right back in the same square room I started in almost a month ago. Over 24 people fill the room, but my mind is elsewhere as I try to make sense of the hundreds of unexpected system notifications that barrage my psyche. Level transfer. Level up, X816. 16, speed transfer. 1974338791050 MCP. Skill transfer, imbuement. Mythic grade, barrier creation. Mythic grade, flight. Mythic grade, area buff. Mythic grade, mind palace. Mythic grade, astral spears. Mythic grade, flash step. Mythic grade, call of the V. Oh, it's mythic grade, crystal creation. Mythic grade, heavy hand. Mythic grade, additional stat transfer. 6118 strength. 4004 mental street rank. 1992 speed. 7901 agility. 1885 defense. Additional PP transfer. 105 PP. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 1,589 divided by 1,000 links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Ruler's Gaze, Chapter 579. The room comes into focus around me, and I can't help but stare at my status screen in my mind's eye as all of these notifications go off like blaring alarms in my head. My body doubles have been farming this entire time I've been inside the construct, and for whatever reason, all access to my system has been cut off until now when I've returned. A massive surge of power flows into me as my base stats nearly double in an instant from all of the extra stat points awarded. And my mana control goes through the roof as I am awarded trillions of NACP. My level skyrockets to 3,087, and 10 new mythic grade skills are added to my status. It is an overwhelming amount of power to receive all at once. Even so, my gaze is still steady, and I automatically adjust my mana control output through my limiter to not cause any extra suspicion. I take a deep breath and take a mental picture of my surroundings as I walk out from the Cyan Rift with the Lich King in disguise by my side. The first thing I notice is every single one of the hunters that I left behind to be swallowed by the void is in this room now, breathing heavily all in a circle near the walls. It seems they were transported back here, so my efforts in creating a copy of Emery as a cover-up were not in vain. The second thing I notice is Trax still unconscious on the floor, while the high-level B-class healer woman tries to bring him back. It is clear that his health has been restored just from being brought out of the construct, but his MP is falling, and his skill is still missing. He is unconsciously shaking from the withdrawals of the red fragments, even though surprisingly I don't sense a single red thread inside his body now. Being ejected from the realm rather than leaving the normal way must give different results. I come to this conclusion not only because my core and limiter are still in perfect shape, but because I see my 3 teammates at the opposite side of the room, as they left hours before me. The 3 of them are already treated and healed, but there are faint red threads still lingering in their bodies. My gaze lifts up to the ceiling next, as I see the live rankings showing only 8 people with points on the board. There is Nat, Marcy, and Dane all taking up the top 3 spots with 284, 261, and 240 stones respectively from their hauls. Below them, there are the 2 water wielders from the Vice region that I remember making gear for. They have 71 and 66 points. Next on the list is the Phantom region single contestant, and he has 50 points. Below this, there are 2 unknown applicants from the Viridian region that were not even in the top 12 before this 5th stage started. Both of them have 1 single point on the board. My best guess is they used up all of their energy and resources to defeat 2 red cores and left the construct far before the time was up. I know exactly what happened with my teammates, but I don't see the Vice Region hunters, nor the Phantom Region's lone applicant remaining either. They must have also left the construct very early for their own reasons. While it may have been perceived as a disadvantage at the time, leaving others to continue farming, it actually worked out in their favor. Every other name on the list is grayed out. They were all eliminated early on from dying inside the domain, including all of the Apex Region's applicants. Everyone else that was still farming and trying to get points up until the last minute was eliminated by the descending void. And just like Trax's red threads, all matter that was farmed inside the construct disappeared after hearing Celia's story about the time limits put on her pocket world, making greedy humans suffer a loss of their hard work farming her energy. Now makes perfect sense. I smirk inwardly to myself as the entire blue rift starts to disappear behind me. By the time I take a second deep breath, the divine portal is gone. It shrinks back into the spherical science stone on the center table of the room, and before everyone's eyes, the artifact shatters into pieces, then the shards fade from blue to white before quickly disintegrating into dust. There are gasps that fill the room, and the 2 Arank guards move to surround myself and the disguised Lich. One of them speaks out loud. "Hands up! Make yourself available for search. We will calculate your points." It is the fire user. He steps in front of Emery, and as he does, I notice both of the hunter's arms are missing. He is using a similar technique to when I've seen monsters lose limbs mid-battle, creating golden soul energy manifestations of his arms so that he can continue his duties. On the cutoff points, right below his shoulders, it appears to be glowing with residue from a very familiar royal blue soul energy. The wounded areas are covered up well by his gear and a dense layer of the Sunday God's soul energy. But my eyes can see far more than the average hunter right now. A million theories run through my mind, and my curiosity only grows as the wind user approaches me from the opposite side. And he is missing a hand and a leg. The same technique of golden soul energy is used to allow the man to walk. Near his wounds, there is another familiar energy signature. Bright green soul energy residue seeps from his wounds that cannot be healed. He speaks up to me too. "Arms up. Allow me to search you now, Hunter Ray Anderson." I do as he says, and the manifestation of Emery does the same by my side. The 2A ranked guards pull our item boxes from our waists and begin to look inside. My mind wanders elsewhere, thinking of Maria and Abby, as it is as clear as day that the soul energy residue on these guards belongs to them. Immediately, I check my Rising Emperor's domain interface and see that their geolocations are still deep inside the Dark Continent. However, a brand new interface is blinking in front of my eyes next to each of their live status screens. Contact. I mentally pause for a moment, then remember the last notification that popped up when the hundreds of notifications hit my psyche moments ago. I quickly take a look at the details of my new Ruler's Gaze perk. Underscore, 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 underscore. New perk unlocked. Ruler's Gaze info. The caster can create a communication channel with any subordinate under their rule with an active link of loyalty. While a communication link is created, the caster can see through the eyes of their subordinate in real time. The caster may borrow 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 5% of the caster's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any subordinate under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This additional buff stacks with the Power Holder perk, if used simultaneously. Underscore, 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 underscore. Wielding guard pours out the contents of the item box Emery Carter had and counts out 11 red divine fragments. lighting up his name on the leaderboard right below the Phantom Region slot. The A-class hunter places the fragments in a containment case with the association's logo on it. It pains me to even see this small amount of energy go to waste and put into the hands of the association. I could have just given the 1 or 2 stones instead, and it would have given the same effect. Even so, the activities in this room are pushed to the back of my mind as I press contact on both Abby and Maria's names. Instantly, I feel a 3-way communication channel form. It feels similar to telepathy. But the moment I say hello, Maria, Abby, it is Jay. Can you hear me? I realize the link is far more crisp and directly transferring information into the receiver's psyche than a delicate telepathy channel. Maria's voice is the first one I hear back. Yes, Jay, where are you? I don't sense your presence. She is cut off by Abby next hello. Yes, I can hear you. What is this? It feels like we're all standing in a small room, and our echoing voices are in each other's heads as I reply. I am still at the hunter's exams. In the Apex region, I unlocked a new ability of long-range communication. Based on the wounds on these A-class hunters, it seems you've been busy too. Maria's voice echoes out right after this. You are with them? You know the association tried to attack us while you were gone. They were spouting Flame Emperor this, Flame Emperor that. You didn't anger them. Or expose yourself, did you? I pause for a moment, but reply honestly. I didn't expose myself. No, they have no idea I am here. My disguise is perfect. However, the Flame Emperor may have angered some parties here. It seems they really have eyes out in the Dark Continent. I want to ask them about everything that happened, but it would be a lot faster if my body doubles catch me up on the details. Next to both of their names, now I see a new button labeled Spectate. I speak up again while pondering whether or not to press it. Considering you two are alive and well, I take it you fended them off with ease. How is the city? I can see it has grown in population, but have no idea how it is doing. I never expected to be away for a whole month, Abby responds. We handled it, but I doubt they're going to take the losses we gave them lightly. You know, a class hunters are a sign of military status for a country. If other nations hear of this news, there may be some powers outside of the Dark Continent and 8 great regions that will begin to dwell in these matters. I stare down at the Spectate button again, becoming immensely curious about how this battle between the Crimson City and a class hunters unfolded. I get to the point while the item box around my waist is picked up by the A-class wind user. I have another feature unlocked as well. It allows me to see through your eyes while our link here is activated. I'd like to see how the city is doing, and if you could fill in one of my body doubles, that would be great. I can see through its memories exactly what happened. Maria's voice rings out next without any hesitation. Use it on me first? Abby's voice echoes through the channel next. We're together at the moment, so I don't know how helpful a double view will be, but you can use it on me if you'd like to. Out of curiosity, I press Spectate on both of their interfaces, but nothing happens. Underground, beneath Valor City, as the 2 hunters are continuing to cultivate chi in the mines beneath the center of the city, 2 blue text boxes pop up in front of their eyes. Accept, spectator, as both of them click accept. My mind feels as if it is being split into 3 pieces. All of my senses become scrambled, and I get an incredibly dizzy feeling. I feel like I am living 3 lives at once. In one of my visions, I see the A-class wind user sifting through my item box with his remaining good hand. Then, in the other 2, I see Abby and Maria both sitting on the ground in the chi crystal room, but I see them from the other's perspective. It is not only sight. I can perceive the chi floating through the air and walls around them from the mana and chi senses of both of their auras. Even smell, touch, and fine-tuned hearing is transmitted through the spectator link. I watch them both stand up and pull teleport crystals out of their item boxes. Then Abby speaks up through the link. Did it work? I want to hold my head and shut off the link from how bizarre this is, but I reply instantly, yes. Then both of their visual fields and senses are filled with blinding white transfer magic. The hunters walk up out of the basement of the guild hall, through the incredibly crowded but orderly lobby, and out into the streets of the Crimson City. There are so many new faces. I hardly recognize one in every 5 people. I get 2 points of views down opposite directions in the streets as they look both ways, then fly into the air to look down on the growing city. The longer I watch their perspectives, the more I get used to the odd sensation of living 3 simultaneous lives in my head at once. I can't interact with the world from their eyes, but I can sense their actions and talk with them in real time through a link. Once we're high enough in the air, I noticed that there have been many more major construction projects that happened while I was gone. The entire center city is finished and thriving with local business, and the streets are filled with both normal citizens and groups of hunters. Another large area of apartment buildings and grocery stores has been made near the new shops, where one of the last remaining empty lots in the inner city was left unused before. Outside of the Crimson Dome, the outer city has grown almost 5 times as large, too. It is full of smaller restaurants, hotels, and trading posts available to travelers who have not sworn their loyalty to gain access to the inner city. Trade routes have been built off in every direction, reaching deep into the desert to link to all the nearby towns and linking us to the other major sectors in the Dark Continent. I enjoy the view and think of all the possibilities for a thriving future as Abby and Maria pinpoint. My surveillance, double doing its rounds flying high in the sky. They wave each other down. Then Maria explains what is happening in simple and quick terms. The double sends out a burst of telepathy to one of the other doubles in the area nearby to take over surveillance, as it flies into the sky higher away from the 2 hunters' eyes. To deactivate itself the second it does, a month's worth of memories start flashing through my mind, and everything starts to make sense. At the same time, back in the Apex region, the A-class guard pulls a bright red fruit out of my item box, and all the attention in the room turns toward me. Chapter 580. The memories of the entire month of surveillance over the Crimson City come rushing back to me. Just after my main body left for the exams, another order of materials was picked up by my double in Vice City. All of the new apartments, grocery stores, businesses, streets, and installations to the outer city that I witnessed through the eyes of Maria and Abby become far clearer to me. The trade routes that stretch out of Sector 2 now connect to many villages in Sectors 3 and 1, and the construction is still in progress to wrap all the way around the Dark Continent to reach Sector 4. To fill the new grocery stores, the Sector 3 trade deals have progressed nicely. Fresh fruits, vegetables, and livestock are being transported from the various farming towns. Now, instead of sending body doubles to the 8 great regions to import food, over 80% of the produce can be purchased from the source. The remaining necessities are still sourced from Solara and Vice City's bulk supermarkets. As the roads are being built off far into the Dark Continent, more and more people are visiting the town, and dozens of people are forming links of loyalty every day to enter the inner city to gain access to the dungeons, as well as find jobs to live a better life than out in the poverty of the smaller villages. One of my doubles has been hard at work farming element stones from the 39th floor, imbuing them with mythic-grade plunderer, and collapsing rogue dungeons far away from villages all throughout the entire continent. Hundreds more luminite fragments have been farmed and placed into a containment case thanks to Bry, and they're kept in storage beneath the guild hall. Using the farmed mana, the labyrinth grows at a steady rate, with a double working on building up its floors as its sole task 24 divided by 7. The number of floors begins to rise very quickly. In just a week, my double manages to grow the labyrinth up to 40 floors, instead of only having 1 monster per F floor, like the setup in Vice City. My labyrinth is programmed differently. There is only a boss room at the top. All of the other floors spawn monsters regularly like normal dungeons. This means once the floors above 40 are created, full training areas with double ranked up creatures begin to spawn in one after another. The following week brings the labyrinth up to floor 50, and my doubles find a clear difference in patterns on these new floors. After the 40th floor, the level of monsters rises at a much faster rate than the floors below. The 41st is full of double ranked up elite ice golems, all between level 1075 and 1110, while in the 42nd, there are massive winged bat-like creatures that fly high above Black Mountains, ranging from level 1200 to 1240. Every floor that follows above this follows the same pattern, rising by roughly 100 levels. The the 50th floor has monsters that surpass level 2000. And as the memories of all these events rush through my mind, I come to the logical conclusion that for my own level to reach what it has, the floors must have hit 60 or higher by the end of the month. Each time more mana is added to the labyrinth, some floors tend to spawn mutants and the levels fluctuate slightly. But each time the next floor is added, they settle down and come back to a stable state. The specific body double that I am watching now takes a different shift, but it does communicate with one of my doubles that helps train the army of recruits. They all begin training in the labyrinth under close supervision. No one other than close allies and members of the Crimson Army are permitted to enter the labyrinth, and a body double must be present at all times. While none of them can increase the ACP at rapid rates without my absorption skill, they do have enough prior training and power to face off against some of these high-level monsters. No creatures in the labyrinth have soul energy or chi. They're just plain mana manifestations. By the end of the 3rd week of my leave to go to the exams, everyone in the army has trained up to levels 1300 to 1500 and have become even more formidable warriors. I catch a few glimpses of Fisher, Lydia, Abby, and Maria all training in the labyrinth as well. Every time I come back to check on the town, however, I don't see exactly how much they've progressed just yet in their long months of chi training. This is because this body double has been out on a very specific alternate mission for a bulk of the memories I receive in the following weeks. It heads off, deep into Sector 3, where the dungeon break happened when I made my initial dealings with the head farmer. Using this point of access, my double spreads out to locate every single dungeon in the entire sector, looking for new skills and unique monsters to gain powers from. There are a few found here, but the bulk of the 10 new mythic grade skills come from my next week of explorations in the Talton region's jungle. Thanks to the leader graciously allowing me to see one of their dungeons, I have an access point to their region and use stealth to explore their entire dungeon network out there as well. There is one final bit of good news that my double witnesses once I make it back to the Crimson City again after this mission. I do my weekly check-in on Lith and Monk in Valor City. Over the last 3 weeks, they have begun their methods of chi rejuvenation on all of the past Valor City arena fighters that were inflicted by the curse of the Lich King. Just like Monk's master, every single one of them starts to have small bursts of energy throughout the day that increase in length after every session. With my main body's leave from the city, the extra chi pills that I was using to build the soul energy barrier around the Crimson City are all put to great use. Many of the fighters are able to get out of their beds and walk about like normal for almost an hour a day now, even if they're all full of energy now. Their status screens are still completely wiped clean. My main body is the only one capable of extracting skill orbs because it is a function of mixing my mythic grade absorption perk with soul energy. The plan is to give them the option of joining the Crimson Army once they're healed, and offer them elemental skills once they're ready. However, long-term exposure to large quantities of chi during their treatments administered by Monk has awakened their pathways to use this energy as well. Many of the fighters practice cultivating and channeling their chi in their limited time while they're awake. These are elite fighters from all over the Dark Continent, after all. It is not like they're going to give up their aspirations to become strong warriors just because of a single defeat like this. At this point, as my double makes it back to the Crimson City to take another week-long shift of surveillance after a successful mission of skill farming this past week, I come back to see a sight I wasn't exactly expecting. I watch through the memories of my double as it walks out from the bunker below the guild hall, greeting all of the new staff working to buy, sell, and keep track of resources farmed from the Canyon of Dungeons. The order quantities from the Great Regions and Dark Continent sectors have skyrocketed, but thankfully, so has the population of Links of Loyalty in the city. The population just recently passed 1,000. With this in mind, every day is usually a cheerful one in the city. But once I walk outside of the guild hall into the streets beneath the Crimson Dome, I instantly feel an ominous aura ripple through the air. It feels as if gravity waves are permeating through the atmosphere. From a single point, my enemy detection skill does a scan of my surroundings, and my urgency on the matter increases when I sense dozens of skilled fighters above level 900 outside the dome in a very symmetrical battle formation. Occasionally, there are some interesting and strong hunters that stop by, but their readings rarely pass level 500. None have ever been this high, and the fact that they're all element users with identical armor and weapons can't be a coincidence either. An organization is here, and I need to figure out why. I fly up to the top of the dome to near the source of the odd energy, and one of my other doubles waves me down to point out the problem. There are two figures also floating in the air outside of the Crimson City's protection barrier. The instant I see them, I scan their stats as well, and can hardly believe the ratings I am seeing. They are definitely the leaders of whatever group has shown up. One of them is a level 2759 wind magic user, and the other is even stronger at level 2840 with a fire magic skill on his status. Their gear percentage buffs are astronomically high, similar to my own, and they both have a very odd red light rippling out from their eyes and chest. Looking back at my memories now, I can tell this is the power of a red divine core glowing in both of their chests. However, to my body double, the undetectable red light that glows around their whole being is a total mystery to me. The status buff of the Sunday God's curse mark is present on both of their status screens too. So my assumption in the moment is that it is another soul energy ability. I am incapable of seeing in this lesser form that my body doubles have only being able to sense mana-based skills. Whatever the case is, I go into full alert mode and instruct the other double, via telepathy, to go to Valor City to bring all of our available fighting power here immediately. It disappears in a flash of white light using a transport crystal to bring itself to the Galeheart Tower and to go find Abby and Maria cultivating in the Chi mines. My perspective stays behind and stares the two men down that float in the sky above the barrier. I am certain in my current form I'd stand no chance, so I just speak up to stall. State your business. Who are you, and why have you come to the Crimson City? As these words leave my lips, my gaze lands on the logo that rests on both of their shoulders. Even so, the reply out of the fire user still makes my eyes widen and my heart skip a beat. We're here to take back control of this continent. We knew there was a new force growing after the disappearance of many sector leaders and a new figurehead of the Dark Continent's underground trade business. But we can only tolerate so much. You should have kept your head down and not stuck your hand in places. It doesn't belong. Your assistance for certain applicants in the B-class exams has tipped the perceived power balance in an unfavorable manner. Both of the men above me raise a single hand in the air, then point it toward me. Waves of red light start to glow in their fists, and what feels like heavy gravity waves starts to flow out of them through the barrier even though they haven't even sent out an attack. At the same moment, two flashes of green and blue light come from far below me in the Crimson City. The men that stand above the barrier speak up again as the flashes of light approach. We are a class hunters representing the 8 Great Regions branch of the association. We do not need to do this the hard way. Surrender ownership of your city to us now, and we do not have to kill you all to set a precedent for what happens when a rogue force interferes with association matters.